Hello, everyone. Hopefully, looks like everything's working all right. Okay, so I was really rushing around this morning. Welcome to All the Words October, and I'm Shannon. I write under the pen name of S.C. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And today, the goal of this live stream is to do a 12-hour marathon in support of All the Words October, created and put together by Mama Maggie, who was in the chat earlier. And if you're not familiar with All the Words October, it comes on the tail of All the Words August, in which it was a month-long writing challenge that was flexible writing and/or editing, revising, sprints designed to help you build a sustainable creative routine, whether you're working on one project or many. And the goal is just simply to get a routine in place. And Mom Maggie did come up with the word count. This is broken down like 80, 48, and 18K words. But you can do whatever word count works for you. And I do want to put this graphic up that she put into the chat. It's not very big, is it? Let's see if I can make it bigger. It's not going any bigger. It's refusing. Okay, let me see. Hold on. I think I can do this. Okay, so this is the tier plans for plan 1, 2, and 3. And this is based on what you're able to write. If you can write all 31 days and you're going for 18K, that's 581 words a day. And if you're going for tier 3 for 80K, that's 2,581 words a day. Or if you're you're only able to write or edit for like 5 days a week, there's the breakdown. Or if you're able to only write for 8 days total in the month, which would be like the weekends or whatever 8 days you have, that would be the breakdown if you're trying to reach these goals. I did state my goal down in the description box is 80K, mostly revising this month. I don't know if I'll hit 80K. So when I'm revising, I don't get as much, but I do know that I want to finish up the last 2 stories in my short story collection that I'm writing. I have 8 stories altogether, and I'm on the 7th story and just under halfway through. So, and I'm trying to hit 10K for each story, and I've been a little bit over 10K for all of them but one. So that roughly leaves me 15,000 words that one full short story and then half of another short story. So there's 15,000 words that I hope to finish this month, and then revising. And I'm going to start off with my work in progress novel, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke, which my light came on. Y'all don't know. My light, it's a timer, a dimmer switch. And I've changed the battery and I've beat this thing on my palm a few times, and it just comes on and shuts off by itself. And I don't know what's going on with it. And I thought, okay, well, I guess I have no light today. So I was working with no light when I first came here. But now I just suddenly decided it's going to come on. We'll see how long it stays on for. Yeah, I got a ghost living in my walls or something, right? But I think it's probably something with the connection. Something's not working. The fan is working just fine, but the light just like does not want to stay on. Anyways, we'll see how many times it shuts off during 12 hours. So back to what I was saying. Yeah, so I'm going to start off with my work in progress, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. It's the next book in my series. I have about half of it written. It's just over 100,000 words. And at the beginning of All the Words August, I thought I would finish it up because I thought, oh, a whole month, I can finish writing the rest of this. And I read the final few chapters to kind of remind myself of where I was at. And I was like, I have too many continuity issues and I don't remember everything. And I was like, this is too much work. I don't want to do it right now. And I had like so many ideas in my mind for stories. And I was already thinking about short story ideas that I set it aside and worked on short stories. Well, the first short story I wrote ended up being a novella. It was not a short story. But I was successful making the next few short stories. So I wrote a whole lot in August. So I hope that I'm going to be revising most, if not all of the words I wrote in August, I at least want to get the first 3 short stories revised because I want to get those to my readers by November, December timeframe, because I have a whole publishing plan for next year that I've set up, which by setting the publishing plan means it's not going to happen because that just so happens with me. But there we go. That's my goal. So I did put 80K. I didn't change it. We'll see if we get there, but I'm going to be mostly revising, and if I've got the time, then working on finishing up those 2 short stories I have left in my collection. All right, so we'll start with the top. Mom Maggie did have a kickoff to the All the Words October. That was in the previous hour. And you can still catch it and learn more about it. She probably said it, more and said it better than I did, what this event is all about. So you can go check that out there. And then, of course, Mom Maggie was the first one in over here for All the Words October. And that's when she shared the graphic that's on the screen. And yeah, what are your books? What are your books? I saw BookTube Mama. So what are your books? What are your goals for October? Happy October. Thank you so much, Christina. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you and everything you're doing for the communities and bringing us all together. If you didn't know, Christina updates and maintains the spreadsheet that it's also linked down below for it's created by and maintained, updated by booktubers, but there's author tubers and booktubers on there. And she's got this on there. So Mom Maggie, I don't know if there is, and I don't know if Mom Maggie's still here, but if there's a playlist that's going to have all of our streams, because if you have that, that would be very helpful probably for Christina. I just thought of that this morning. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner, but if there was a playlist, I don't think we're that together for this event. There's just a few of us who are doing it. But yeah. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, say progress, laundry, take meds, stretch, show some love to like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. I do want to say that even though I'm doing this in support of All the Words October, and I am going to be working on my writing, these are sprints that could be used for anything, whether you're reading or writing or housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you, because I do sometimes use the first sprint this morning is going to be taking care of me because I had to rush home from the gym and hurry up and take a shower and get the kid on the bus. And I have not got my second cup of coffee yet. I have not pet my kitties yet this morning. So my first sprint, I'm going to start off by getting my coffee, petting my kitties, maybe bringing them in here with me if they want to come in with me. I don't know if they want to. They didn't want to come in earlier, but they don't like the shower. When I have the shower on, they don't like the sound of it. So they did not want to come in here with me. But yeah, so I'm going to be taking care of me at the beginning of the first sprint because I have not done that after coming home from the gym. And then I haven't even opened my documents. I need to get my document open. Woosah, a moment. And then dig in. And I should be able to dig into my document before the end of the hour. I will be doing 1 hour long sprints. That's kind of my norm now. I do so much better at that because it takes me a minute to get into whatever I'm working on. And then I can get really deep focus. And then my focus starts to wane. And I realize that it's right about 53 to 55 minutes. And when I see the time counting down, then I start to lose some of the energy, my brain gets messed up when I see the time counting down to the timer being almost done. So 1 hour is good because I know there's going to be like between 7 and 10 minutes I'm going to lose between trying to get into my document and, seeing the time count down. So yeah. And Kat was next in. Hello. Hi, Mama Maggie. Hi, Kat from Christina. Mornings are for coffee and contemplation, at least for me. I think that's a lovely way to start the morning. I have kind of started some of my mornings recently like that, especially on the weekend. I was just taking it really easy. I'm used to getting on the computer on the weekends and just getting right to my writing because of, the last couple months have just been a lot of writing for me that I've loved because I was not able to write for a couple months before that. But yeah, Rachel has them on the AuthorTube and Writing Sprints list here. That's also linked down below too. I just didn't know if there was like one playlist that Christina could easily grab to put onto the on their spreadsheet that they have, because they have a separate tab just for like readathons and write-a-thons and things like that. So they kind of have a spreadsheet like ours, but they do have a separate tab just for that. So I didn't know if we had something like that to give her. I have to water the garden and do the morning chores, so taking care of you as well in the house. So that's how we'll start the morning. Should I start off with one of the new timer videos I made? I've been using like the same 1 hour timer videos for like the last year because I haven't had the ability to make a new timer because my editing program was not working very well. They stopped supporting it because they stopped. They no longer offer the free program that I have. And I just finally got into using DaVinci Resolve, and I got 2 videos done. I got one done for Halloween, and I got one that's chilling kitties, like chilling cats. So find the right tab here. Or we can start with, I thought I'd start with an older timer video and then move into the new ones. That way we capture like the people who were coming in later, because I tend to get more people in the chat later in the morning. I spent 2 hours in a day trying to write, but wanting sleep. LOL. I think I'll get up and get coffee. So you and me both. We'll go get some coffee. Then we'll go pet my kitties. But I am awake because I did go to the gym. Okay, my husband just texted me and let me know he put the cats up in the laundry room. We have a pretty good sized laundry room, and it has like a big cat tree for them and their toys and their litter box and water and all the stuff they need. But I think he forgot that I wanted to get the kitties and try and bring them in here if I could. Okay. Getting distracted already. No one said anything about timers. So we'll just start with the old timer, and then we'll have a new timer after this one. I need to share this tab instead. 1 hour on the clock. Oh yeah, I need to update my word count too because I did write a couple thousand words last night. I added like another like half a almost full chapter in my 7th short story, my 8-part short story series. Say that fast. So I need to update my word count, but then I'll have the ticker on the bottom after I do that. And then my coffee. So okay, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. It's time on the first sprint. How did you do? I went and got my coffee, got something to eat, pet my kitties. They're both in here with me now. Loki went in my lap for a little while. I did pet him, but yeah. And then I got into my document. I started with 10,500 words, about halfway through. Although I think the last like 3,000 words are just like brainstorming words I did in my last 12-hour sprint that I did when I was working on this. That was a little while ago. So anyways, it's got 51 chapters. I'm on chapter 1. I do have a prologue, so I finished prologue. I'm about halfway through chapter 1. And just revising and a 146 words added in revision. So I like the story so far. Let's see how you guys did. Let's see where I left off. It did not mark it. I think it was around here. Nope, here. So this is where we left off. So Kat said, spent 2 hours in a day trying to get, trying to write, but wanting to sleep. LOL, I think I'll get up and get coffee. I did get my coffee. Hopefully you got yours. And then Emma came in. Hello, Emma. How's it going? Hope all is well. Hi, Emma. Hey, MM. There's a playlist. Oh, thanks. I'm going to go grab that. Okay. I don't know if Christina's still here, but I will save this. And that way, next time I see her, I will make sure she's got it. Thank you so much for putting that together, Mom Maggie. And Cass says, I'm going to have to step out for a bit because my sister feels sick. I have to go with my grandma for her PT. So I need to finish getting meds. Nope, I skipped something here. Or I added something. So I need to finish getting ready, eat a little something, and get a travel mug. I don't know where I got meds from in there. Maybe because I was thinking of sickness. There's a lot of people sick right now. I was just talking to someone this morning, and their household is sick. So it's like, it's going around. Kat says, I still have this up because as soon as I get in the car, I'll be able to write some more. Oh, hopefully you're able to get that in. That was about 30 minutes ago. So hopefully you're able to get some writing in. Stacy, hello. I'm just about ready to write, eating a snack first. Yeah, I did get some food. I'm like looking for my plate because like I would put it here. Like, where's my plate? I know I ate. Oh yeah, that's right. I put it on the ground because the kitties like to always, there was nothing on the plate, but they like to smell it. So act like there's something there. Carla, hello. Good morning, everyone. Time to get to work. Is that work on writing or something else? Rachel, hello. Hashtag SHU. Hello and good morning. Where else are you at? Is there another stream happening today for all the words? I don't see it in the playlist. Maybe it's something else going on. Checking my notifications. You didn't see anything. I don't see anything in my notifications. I don't know who's going. Someone must be sprinting, though. I'm in the car, says Kat. Trying to write, but I won't be able to plug in my headphones until I get to physical therapy place. Got you on mute. No worries, Kat. I know you probably not even hearing me, but I appreciate it. I'm getting all my paperwork set up. Oh, okay. That's what you're doing today. Carla says, I now have a fleshed out outline for book 2 of the Dragon Shifters and working through the introductions of the main characters. So is it book 2? Is it linear, like a linear story? So you have book 1 and then you have book 2, which should be read afterward. Because like my first 3 books are non-linear. They all happen at the same time, so you can read any book in any order. Although I do suggest reading in the order I wrote them because the world gets bigger and bigger with each book. So when you say you're working through the introduction to the main characters, I always think that's kind of tricky. Now, I have written a linear series before. That was my fantasy trilogy. But going into writing the second and third book was like, okay, how do I bring the characters in just in case someone picks up the second book first and starts reading it? I don't want them to be lost. And also, of course, thinking about the fact that sometimes there's time in between publications of books. There wasn't much time in between the publications of my trilogy because I had the first book done for a while before I published it. And I was almost done with the second book when I published the first book. So I published the first book in November, and then January published the second book. And I was supposed to publish the third book in March, but then my dad got sick with cancer and they owned a liquor store. So I was helping out at the liquor store all day. And I'd go home and continue writing on my book, but I didn't get it out until June, but it was really quick. Andy came in. Hello, how's it going? Mom Maggie says, garden watered, morning chores done, dogs and cats fed. Awesome. Updating my social media pics and banners for a bit. Time for a refresh. I probably should do something along those lines, but probably not going to happen. I keep telling myself I need to take a new picture because like the picture that is, my, not my profile pic, not the one you see here, but like if I would say something in the chat, you see the picture. It's below the video. That picture is from 2023 when I had, it was on this side. I had a blonde streak in my hair and I thought it was really cool. So I took a picture of it. And I have not taken an updated picture. I feel like I look 10 years older now since that picture. So like, I don't know if I could take a good picture, but I feel like I need to. And that same picture is on all of my social media profiles. But additionally, hello, good morning. Or what are you working on today? Are you doing anything for All the Words October? Document open, coffee cup refilled, ready to go. Oh yeah, food in the morning is a thing. I don't typically eat food in the morning. It makes me a bit nauseous, and I'm already feeling a bit nauseous from eating it. But I'm on, so like 2023 AWC was really, really difficult and stressful for me. And I put on 25 pounds. I lost like 15 of them. It wasn't quite 25. It was just under 25. It was like 23 pounds. But I lost 15 pounds. But I still had like that last like 8 to 10 pounds I was hanging on. And then last year was okay. But then this year was so stressful. I put on an additional 25 pounds. And that was an even 25 pounds I put on. So now I'm trying to like, okay, now that I don't feel so stressed, I'm through my burnout phase. I'm trying to get back to losing weight. So I'm doing 18-6 fasts. So 6 hours of eating, 18 hours of not eating. And I cannot not have my coffee in the morning. And I cannot not have it with cream because I actually don't like coffee. And I always say I have a little bit of coffee with my cream in the morning. And so that's the first calories of the day. So that starts, the 6 hour window. So I have just 6 hours to eat in. And this is my 6th day of doing it. So I'm trying to stick with it. So I'm trying to get food in my belly so I won't feel hungry later. But I'm going to bed early. This will be the first night I'm staying up later because of the 12-hour write-a-thon. Right. I've been going to bed early because I'm like hungry. By the time I go to bed, I'm like, I'm not hungry. I'm going to bed. Bye, y'all. My husband completely understands. But where did I leave off? Oh, I don't have a comment up here. So I have no idea where I left off. Why did I click off a comment? I have no idea. Oh, yeah. Food in the morning is a thing. Published with Andy. Hey, from Carla. Morning, Shannon. Hello, Musical Maggie. How's it going? Working on reading a I can't say this word today. Dissertation proposal. I think I said that right. I'm with Kay Parquet. I think she's doing the heart breathing stream. Okay, well, if you would like to share a link, please feel free. I'll go over and say hello. Oh, no, getting the paperwork set up was what I was doing. Oh, okay, that's what you were doing the last few minutes. Okay, so you're not doing that anymore. That's what you did do. Gotcha. You were just reporting in what you had gotten done. Oh, by the way, I did leave the ticker up down below because I do have some questions I thought I'd throw up today if you want to answer it. So today, this question for this past sprint, which you can still answer if you want to. I think it's about the protagonist and fear. What is your protagonist fear? It's coming around again. It's coming. What's your protagonist's biggest fear? There you go. If you want to answer that question. My answer is, working in the book that I am right now, Curses, Spikes, and Smoke, I have Nira and Zane are my two main protagonists. It's a romance, and I'm in the two viewpoints of the couple. And they both have very, very similar big fear, which is having no purpose. So what has motivated them throughout their life is trying to find a purpose. And they've struggled with that. But Nira's is also, that's kind of combined with her purpose is taking care of her brother, which from the very first book I wrote, you actually met her brother in the first book. It's Adar, for anyone who's read it. He is a slave in the north of the continent. And the main character, Ari, is put into the same cabin as him. So she gets to meet him, and she's never met any Fae before. So that's the first Fae she met, and he's Fire Fae. And you kind of learn, she asked if he was in the war, and he said he wasn't allowed to fight, that he actually ran away before he was caught. And that's about really all you know of him. And at the end, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember my own story. At the end, Nira is with Adar, and then they leave. And then you realize that that's his sister. And now Nira is the main character of this book. And she's been trying to find her little brother for many years, and she's finally got a good lead about where he's at. And in this story, she learns that he's in the north. She doesn't really know where he's at in Egandre, but in the first few chapters, I think it's like somewhere around chapter 10 through 15, somewhere in there, she finds out from a contact that he is a slave in the North, and finds out who owns him. And so that's like her kind of goal, but she does work for a secret organization. So her goal has been trying to find purpose. When as part of the secret organization and her being an assassin, she's not supposed to have any familial ties, but they do find out about it, but then they kind of sweeten the deal. Like, we'll help you get him back if you do this for us. So, but she completely fails that in the book. That mission they give her completely fails. Like, she lost everyone on her team except for 2 people. Everyone else is like dead or missing. And she can't complete the mission. And for a minute in the book, I've already written this part. She has a breakdown, like who is she without her order? She can't go back, because she goes back, she had failed so spectacularly that they would kill her. But if she runs, they'll probably try to find her and kill her. And then she remembers, okay, I'm still got my brother. I'm going to go find him. But for a minute, she kind of has a breakdown because she's lost her purpose. Like, what am I without this? And Zane's kind of the same way. So anyways, those are the biggest fears of my protagonists. Yeah. Heart Breathings has a bunch of streams this month for Sarah's Preptober thing. I did hear something about that. And then I think it's next month. Pro Writing Aid is trying to replace NaNoWriMo with something that they're doing. And I think that is next month. Like all the romances, it's better to read them in order. Gotcha. Okay. 2 Maggies. Awesome. Like all romance, the focus is on the couple, but I do have the backstory written into the second book of the first couple as they appear. Okay. So they're sort of standalones, but better to read it in order. So it moves along in a linear fashion, probably. Did I read all of that? I did read it all. Okay. I'm going to be doing a lot of buggerall, aka nothing, this morning. I'm not familiar with that term. Bugger all. As in doing nothing this morning. So bugger off, like that kind of thing. I see. So just not doing anything. I get you. As for my book, which I have started writing little snippets in this week, but will not be working on right now, Atlanta's greatest fear is being alone. Absolutely. I think Astrid's greatest fear is losing control, particularly of her magic. Actually, that's a fear of Zane too. So my 3 male protagonists of the 3 books are ice dragons, and they have magic of winter, basically. And but of the 3, Zane doesn't use his magic. And you don't know right in the beginning of the story why he doesn't use his magic, because there's even a fight between him and Nira, and she thinks he's toying with her because they're using all their skills as trained, because they're both trained by secret orders. So they're using their skills, but they also, the secret orders they belong to have come from a parent organization, so their fighting skills are very similar. There's very few things that are different, but she can't win, and he's like, she thinks he's toying with her because he's not even using his magic. He could use his magic. She has no magic, but he's not doing it, which makes her mad. But because she thinks he's just playing around, and she's actually trying to kill him. But yeah, it's fun. But he actually, he lost control of his magic. You find out later on he lost control of his magic and killed everyone in his squad by accident. So he doesn't use his magic very often. I have lost where I'm at again. How do I do this to myself? There it is. Okay, wait, I did want to go back because I was here. Okay. Carla says the first went live Monday. Oh, cool. Thank you for sharing the link. I'm going to go grab it. I'm going to get lost here too. My first proper day writing a new book. There it is. Okay. Okay, I got it pulled up. I feel like my body doesn't wake up enough until like 2 p.m. because you're like, you do better writing in the afternoons, right? Evenings. It's my first proper day writing my new book, which is always exciting. So is this the Christmas book that you've been outlining for a few days, or at least a good week, I think? You can say it's a romance. Elena's technically our protagonist, but I would consider them both to have pretty equal weight. I feel the same way with mine. I always think like my females are like technically the protagonists, and they tend to have more chapters, except for the book I'm writing right now. Zane has more chapters. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I've kind of mentioned it to my Omega readers who are who have been reading the story as I was getting chapters up. And I mentioned something about how Nira doesn't have as many chapters like as Ari and Emmy did in their stories. And it's weighted more towards Zane. And I asked them what they thought, but none of them have answered that question. So I'm like, okay. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's about the I don't know. But yeah. I feel the same. Like my females are technically the protagonists, but because it is romance, they kind of see like both pairs, both people in the pairing kind of have equal weight. Yay, Emma. Hey, Adeshale. I think I put on more than 25 pounds so far. So are you trying to lose it too? Oh yeah, you did say you were trying something, didn't you? I don't remember what it was now, but I'm not sure what I'll be working on today. I'm not feeling, oh, that's right. You weren't feeling well yesterday. And I said that too yesterday, that a lot of people are not feeling well. And then today I found out about someone else who wasn't feeling well, and his whole household is sick. It was kind of a funny conversation. He was like, yeah, me and the wife are sick. We trained the cats to feed us breakfast. I'm like, what? It was so funny. But that'd be something if you could train cats to feed you breakfast. My cats would eat the breakfast before they got it to me. So my husband claims no coffee beans were hurt in the making of my coffee because there's lots of creamer. It's probably like mine too. You're making waffles and hope you feel better soon, says Andy to Adeshle. Oh no, Adeshle. Thanks, Andy. LOL, Carla. Hey, Adeshle, I sent you a message on Discord. Cool. Rachel says, I have to shift my schedule. I have a bunch of morning sprints. I volunteered for Storyteller's Hearth. I'm doing Storyteller's Hearth too. Originally, they asked if I could do the 4 p.m. one, which I put as I could do. And then I thought about it. I was like, oh, God, time zones. What is it with time zones? I messed up Dale's live stream yesterday because he told me 10:15, and I thought 10:15 my time. No, he meant 9:15 his time, which was Eastern. So I almost missed his live stream yesterday for his Kickstarter. And then I realized when Sarah asked me if I could do the 4 p.m., I was like, yeah, wait, that's Eastern. I can't. That's 3 p.m. my time, which is when the bus gets here. And so I offered her like ideas for how I could still pull it off, because sometimes the bus comes and it's gone before 3 p.m. my time, and sometimes it's slightly after. And I was like, I could have someone like take the other chair and start the stream in case if I'm not there. And she's like, you know what? We haven't got a hold of everyone yet, so don't worry about it. And she gave me 2 other times. But I think I'm doing 12 p.m. on Saturday and 8 a.m. on Sunday. So I will see you there, Rachel. Husband got skills to Carla. Good morning, Rita. I took a picture and I totally didn't send it to you. So I got your Kickstarter stuff. So this is the first book, right? It's not the second book. I'm trying to think. I think this is the first book. Anyways, I got stuff from Rita from her Kickstarter. And this is one of my favorite ones, which is a journal. I love journals. I have to figure out what I'm going to use it for. It takes me like a long time to figure out how I'm going to use a journal. I didn't remember this being part of the Kickstarter. So this is like a planner. It's really, really cool. But it's like you can plan your trips and stuff. So you have reading lists and like what you're drinking, coffee name, beverage. But then it also has like flight information, places to visit, and then day-to-day planner as well. So anyways, I thought it was really cool. And the scarf that she was talking about. I haven't taken it out of the package yet, so I haven't felt it yet. But yeah, I got it. I just wanted to tell you that. I don't know if you're still here. Hopefully you're still here so you can see. I took a picture. I was going to send it to you. I did not do it. It's still sitting in my phone. Waffles for publish with Andy from Adeshale. Adeshale shared the waffles. Lifetime waffles. Pretty terrible. I've been wildly ill, LOL, but I'm feeling a bit better. Smoisey. Someone else who's been sick. I hope you feel better soon, Musical Maggie. I know you say you're better this morning, but hopefully it continues to improve faster. Have a waffle, Rita. Nom nom nom. Hellos. Hi Emma. How are you, beautiful? Hi Rachel. You poor thing. To Musical Maggie from Emma. Rachel, feeling so much better today on my game. How's everyone else doing this hump day? Were you not feeling well either? Feels like it's going around. We're just sharing it all across the U.S. and on to the other side of the pond probably here soon. Wait, no, it has to be on the other side of the pond because the person I was talking to this morning is in the U.K. I'm doing fine. Love this day. I love this day because I'm working on my book. So I've been wanting to get back to it, but I knew I was going to start at the beginning because I couldn't really remember everything. And I had continuity issues, and I'm enjoying the story. I'm rereading it, and I'm enjoying the story. I've reread parts of my other book, my Kickstarter book, and I'm like, I'm done with this thing. I don't want to reread it even one more time, but I'm rereading it because I'm doing the audiobook. So I'm good, thank you, lovely Rita. I was teaching earlier, and now I'm writing. Hopping off, but we'll try to catch you later. Have a good day. Thanks so much, Andy. That was like 10 minutes ago, so I missed you. See you, Andy. My protagonist's biggest fear isn't her own death, reality, because there's a $40 million contract on her, but that her daughter will be killed. They've barely escaped the last 4 hitmen. Oh, yeah, that would probably outweigh for me as well if I had my kiddo with me. Bye, Andy. OMG, that sounds awesome. A good story, huh? Thanks for the empathy, Emma. We're working on it. Mom Maggie says to Emma, Audra is a researcher turned whistleblower against Big Pharma, and she costs them billions by outing several new drugs as having fatal side effects for certain. I've got the hiccups. I don't know why. For certain blood types. So Audra, not a good name at the moment, I think. But no, it's all right. There's a whole thing with Audra Winters. I don't know. I'm not on TikTok, but I'm here on YouTube, and I follow some booktubers. And so there's a few of them that have talked about Audra Winters. You probably have heard of it, Mom Maggie. But as soon as I saw the name Audra, I was like, oh, I immediately had her face in my mind. So she was if you guys didn't know, she has been writing the same book for like 10 years since she was 9 years old or something like that. She had an agent picked her up, but they couldn't sell the book, and then she got dropped, and then she decided she was going to self-publish it herself. And by then she had amassed quite a good following on TikTok from her videos. And I don't know which is the right number, but she had thousands of pre-orders for her book, and she decided to do it as a Kickstarter or something like that. I'm trying to remember the timeline. But anyway, she did deliver the books of the pre-orders, and she got a bunch of 1-star reviews talking about how terrible the writing was. So yeah. And then she has hired a whole team of artists to illustrate the book and parts of it. But yeah, it's very interesting. But yeah, brilliant. Thank you. I'm excited to publish the last book in Pagosa Stars. Aoife, my female main character's fear is her ex will find her and kill her. He's a tad bit jealous. Blaine, MMC, main male character, fears the rogue dragon threatening the clan will hurt Aoife. That's quite a bit going on, but very understandable. Hey, Rita from Adeshle Waffles. Spent all day Sunday in bed watching Stargate Atlantis. Was it good? I've seen like the first few episodes, but I don't remember them because it was years and years and years ago. I'd watched all of Stargate. Don't really remember those either. I mean, if you think about it from the perspective of the theory that romance is often a wish fulfillment genre for women, in which women's stories are often given a weight that other genres often lack. Understanding how wish fulfillment fantasies impact the way we read literature really changed the way I wrote in a good way. That kind of works off of what Theodore, I don't remember her last name, Theodore Taylor was saying in her book. I'm trying to remember where I have her book. It's around here somewhere. It's not over there. If I could see it, I could read the title, but I don't see where I have it. Theodore T. Taylor. Fantasy. Universal fantasy. Okay, 7-figure fiction, how to use universal fantasy to sell your books to anyone. It's not a book about writing fantasy. It's exactly what you were saying, understanding how wish fulfillment and fantasy impact different readers in different genres. If you can tap into that, then you'll be able to sell your writing to readers of those genres. So, Dale's Kickstarter stream was awesome. He's already funded. So exciting. I know he said last night, he was like, he's maybe we'll cross double digits. He was hoping to cross 10,000 last night. And I looked at it right before I went to bed, and he was like a little under $600 shy of hitting 10,000. I woke up, he was like $36 shy of hitting 10,000. I don't know where he's at the moment, but I did send him a text this morning. I was like, almost there, almost at 10,000. Because I know he's looking at trying to, what that's going to look like crossing that number. So it's very, very very exciting. Sounds awesome, Musical Maggie. Yay. Oh, for the Kickstarter. I'm glad you bring that up. It's something I've considered before, but I haven't been thinking about it in a while. I love that travel, Bouja. Yeah, I feel like it's going to take my whole life, though, to fill even half of it out, because I don't travel that often. I would like to travel more, but have you listened to someone specifically talk about it, Musical Maggie? That stuff looks amazing, Rita. Thank you, Mom Maggie. I don't know why, but I love the box. Yes, I kept the box. I almost showed it too because I was like, "Ooh, this is so cool!" Like, I'm like, "What is this thing?" I was like, and it's got like, I don't know, like chains or something that kind of reminds me of like being on a ship. But I'm not really sure if it was supposed to be something else. Maybe, oh, it could be a necklace. That's what it could be. I mean, not that it was, there's nothing really else inside of it, but that's what the, did I put it? Oh, it's underneath. That's what this came in. That was in there. So yeah, I kept the box. I'm like, what am I going to do with this box? I don't know. I'm just going to keep it. So, I wish I knew the research a bit more. Honestly, what I understand about comes from the fact that I start writing in fanfic spaces, which really teaches you how to use tropes as tools. And Theodore Taylor also talks about that. Yeah, it was more exhaustion level unwell as opposed to, okay. So not sick, thankfully, but it took you out for a couple days. A Kickstarter will do that to you. I don't know if that's what did it or not, but a Kickstarter will do that to you too. To write them effectively, you have to understand what the trope or tool is for getting at the reader, for the reader. Yeah. And then Theodore Taylor really, hits home on that. Additionally, if you decide that you want to read that book, because that will help you. Everything like Musical Maggie's saying, that's what Theodore Taylor talks about in her book. It is another one of those books that is, I wouldn't say it's as hard as Story Grid to understand. It's not hard to understand. It's just very in-depth information that delves really deep into universal fantasies and what this concept means, that I had to reread several parts several times to really understand and grasp what she was talking about. But once you do, it makes perfect sense. So I'm supposed to reread the post-apocalyptic story today so I can do edits. I tried, but I just couldn't do it yesterday. Maybe you need to take a couple days break. I mean, I know you're feeling sick, but sometimes maybe you just need to take a break from the story. I don't know. I wish I could take a longer break sometimes. Today I'm supposed to start the sequel book. My calendar is blaring at me about this. See, I did write a whole publishing plan for next year. Now that I'm actually on screen, I'll show you guys. I wrote this whole plan for next year of my it's 10 different publications for next year, from like when I want to publish them to arcs and alphas and betas and things like that. And then even what I want to possibly do for my next Kickstarter, when I want to do it, when does it have to be done by, when does it have to get to my readers by? And I don't know. I was like, why am I writing this? I kind of need to write this. I should write this. I have a lot, y'all. I thought I said somewhere, I think it was in DL's stream last night. And I said I had 1 publication this year and 2 last year. No, that was wrong. I had no publications this year. I had 1 publication last year, 2 publications the year before. So I went a whole year with no publications. And next year I'm looking at 10 publications. And really I could do 11 because I have a short story that is going to be published in an anthology. I think it's going to be published in January. And the short story is a really good one that stands alone. It's not part of any series, but it is in my world. And I thought I could also just put that up there. I could also publish that too. But I haven't got any thoughts for that one yet. But yeah. So next year. So I made myself a publishing plan. And when I do that, I tend to get anxious. Like it's sitting there blaring, like you're saying, blaring at you. When I have had publishing plans in the past, I would start getting very anxious about it. And it's not like I don't get things done, because I can get things done. Like I put the plans in my head, I get it done. I felt like I needed to put this plan put together because I have so much that's going to be happening. But now I'm also wondering how anxious I'm going to feel as it comes up on next year and those things are coming around. So yeah. So editing my not so short story. That is over 100,000 words. Winter scammed a bunch of people. Yeah, I kind of felt like that too. Talking about the Audra Winters thing. And I've fallen super behind on reading. Sorry to Kat. Mom Maggie, that whole winter situation is such a big mess. It angers me when people do that sort of thing. Yeah, I agree. Fallen super behind on reading. It's my middle name, says Rita. I enjoyed Stargate Atlantis. Got to remember the era it came out in, but it was great. I know, yeah. There's definitely, yeah. You have to remember the era when it comes to those older shows. I like the sci-fi aspect and like the different cultures they come across and stuff, but yeah. She hurt the entire indie author community because the book had no editing, and she even misspelled her own fantasy words and names. Yeah, I heard that. And it does make me wonder, like, she was picked up by a literary agent and then dropped. And I can only imagine what that looked like. They probably had an editor and she refused to take any of the editing notes. And yeah. And as a writer, it was cool to see the fail cycles story success. It's freaking amazing. Woohoo, Dale. I need to go back. That. Yes, you need to go back it. Maybe you might be able to put him over 10,000 if he hasn't gone over 10,000. I bet you he's gone over 10,000 now. Kickstarter. I would assume at this point he's probably over 10,000, but yeah, he's over 10,000 now. 10,084. So he hit it. Yay. It's double his goal now because his goal was like $2 shy of 5,000. So 10,000 would be double his goal. So he has hit double his goal, which is awesome. Do the coffee run one every time you do a coffee run. True. Then I can start filling up the book. I know, right? So pretty. The scar box. Yeah. I'm keeping mine in the box. So I thought about that. But I was like, but I bought this thing. I should use it. But I don't ever wear scarves. So I don't know. We're kids, so plays with boxes and nothing, not the toys here. Read Audra Winters. There's a lot that can be said. She's in a really good place to move herself forward if she makes some adjustments in her approach. I think so too. I think she could really come around. I just think she has to stop like concentrating on hiring more artists and concentrate on the editing part of her book. Like she seems more interested in getting images done for her book than actually fixing the book itself. That's what I feel. I could be wrong though. That's just what I get from what I've watched. Theodore Taylor's book. I'll check it out. Yeah, Theodore Taylor. I just had it up. I should just. I think it's T. Taylor is her name on the book because she also writes fiction, and so I think she goes by Theodore Taylor on her fiction. I will drop the book link to Amazon. I believe she has it on her website too. Oh, she's a universal fantasy list for romance now. When did that come out? I said it's a bit of a harder book to really get in and understand with the first read through. Oh, and the idea of butter. So butter is like I can't explain it. I could barely understand it when she talked about what butter meant when she was talking about stories, but it's all about that fantasy part and adding more butter to your story. Yeah. Sort of like when I can't remember her name, the one who wrote the books about reader magnets. And then she decided to call reader magnets cookies. And it stuck for a little while, but now it's gone back to reader magnets. Like she didn't define the universal part or something. I didn't know, but I'll check it out. Oh, did I read the rest of this? I hesitated because I heard mixed reviews. I forgot what the reviews were, but maybe likely she didn't precisely nail one of the book's focus. Like she didn't define the universal part. No, I think she did. I think it's just another one of those books that's really hard to understand on a surface level. You can't read the book quick. But it could have been written clearer. Maybe. Yeah. Boom. I pushed it. Oh, you did it. Yay. Awesome. I'll have to tell him that you did that. Or maybe you could tell him. I don't know if you've got access to like if you're connected to him on Discord or whatever, and be like, I pushed you over. No, I'll brag for you. That's not, you probably don't want to brag that. I'll brag for you. Read computer blaring. My computer announces calendar events. So it really was blaring at me, like physically blaring at you. Oh no. Mine doesn't do that. I don't think I'd survive if it did that. For tail. Power level over. Woohoo. There is the book. And hello, Comet. How's it going? It's been minutes since I've seen you. How are you doing? Are you working on anything this month? You've been talking before. Oh, I have been. I'm almost at the PT place. Traffic was horrible. I love seven-figure fiction. Yeah, I like it too. Okay, we need to get into the next sprint. I have a new timer up for the next sprint. Which one is it? Which one's next? I think it's the Halloween one I made. That, and then after that one's another new one that is like it's animated kitties, but all like just kind of chilling kitties. Kitties are chilling. Audra, I think she just needs a family member, a good friend to help her. I think it's a struggle perspective gained from experience. I agree. She doesn't have the experience there, and she just needs someone to kind of. But I don't know that she wants it. That's the issue. I don't want to brag for myself. I will do it. I'll go brag for you. We are chatty today. I know, right, Mama Maggie? All right, let's go ahead and do this. 60 minutes. I will get another question up there. So I'm going to change out the question. I'll put the ticker back up there in a minute. 60 minutes on the clock. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we will get started in. Oh, yeah, I forgot this one. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. That was time on that sprint. How did you do? I need to figure out. I'm actually like rewriting this whole section. I got to chapter 4. I left off at middle of chapter 2 last time, but this chapter 4, there's a whole section. I'm like, I really don't need this information right here. I can bring it up later. Now I'm trying to figure out what to cut out and what to keep. So I think that's all I've added. So 153 words. 10, so 47, 64, 51. So 51 minutes. It took me time to get into it. 153 words. Added in revision. All right, let's see how you guys did. Wow, lots of comments. So let's try to go through a little bit faster so that we're not talking for 40 minutes because I really do want to get some stuff done. I don't. Oh, we were chatty today. I know, right? Well, Maggie, that's where we left off. Laughing. Hi, Kat. Time to quaff some medicine. Hopefully that helps, Adeshle. Hey, Rita, I've been here since the beginning, but things happened. LOL. Things happened. See, yeah. Beginning of a story, right? What do you like about Taylor's book from Kat, or to Kat from Adeshle? So this is the answer to the question, does your antagonist believe they're the hero, and how do they justify their actions? And there's lots of antagonists in my larger stories. Lots of antagonists, and all the antagonists think that they're the hero of their own story. And how do they justify it? They believe that they're right. I'm trying to think. Okay, so in my current story, the main antagonists, I mean, Nira and Zane are antagonists to each other, and they both think that what they're doing is the right thing. But then they do join forces against other forces later, and one is another secret order, which I call them Naturas. And so this Natura has a different objective, and they think they're right and that they're doing the right thing. And then I haven't got to that part in my book yet, but then they'll be also facing off against some dwarves, and the dwarves think that they're right. So yeah, I mean, all my antagonists think that what they're doing is the right thing. I don't think that there's anyone in my stories who believe that they're a bad guy or a bad girl, because the main person I've set up as an antagonist overall, but she is, but it's not really the main antagonist. Once we start the sequel series, is the Snow Princess, who did the curse on the ice dragons, and she does come to learn that like what she was thinking was wrong, but it takes some time, and she's really not going to learn that too much past a certain point until the sequel series, because she actually has one of the god stones, and it's broken, and so it's actually corrupted, and so it's corrupted her, and she's been wearing it for like 1,000 years almost. So she's pretty corrupted. So the answer from Musical Maggie for hers is, so the antagonist in my book is more of a system than an actual person, which would be the administrative services that deal with concealing the magical world. I think Harry Potter in this. Yeah. I think there's probably poop heads that work there, and it would be interesting to encounter one of them, but they absolutely believe they're doing the right thing. Oh yeah, same for mine, right? They believe they're doing the right thing. They fear how inappropriate disclosure of the magical world would put their community at risk, and the narrative doesn't necessarily indicate they're wrong, just overly rigid, and they like basically create systems that perpetuate the negative response they fear. And I think that was the end of that. So yeah, I can see where they would think that they were right, especially if what you've set up already justifies why they should have these things in place. But of course, anything that perpetuates fear is not really a good thing. Kat answered Adeshle's question. I love it. She's really entertaining, and I really got a lot out of it. Kat says, BRB, got to put my computer in my bag. That's so cool. Musical Maggie, also cool to Kat. That's 2 votes for Taylor's book. Yeah, I'd say, yeah. I mean, I think it's a good one to check out. And like I said, it's a bit, dense, like Story Grid and some of the other, I don't know why, Adeshle, when you and I read books together, we tend to, go toward these dense books that you like have to really dig in and like, really get into the reading to figure out what it is that they're trying to teach. Right. But it's always good stuff. Back in the building. Rita says, heading to town with the hubs for grocery run. Be back leaving a friend. I appreciate that, Rita. Thank you. That was like on the hour, so not too long, about 50 minutes ago. Taylor's book and butter tropes are what your story's about. Yeah. That's what I was remembering. The butter is like the tropes. I was trying to remember how she described the butter and why you need more butter. Universal fantasies are butter that gives your story the reason for why the readers want to read your story. And I hope that helps. Yep. Melve, hello. How's it going? How's the week going for you? I know you're getting back into things yesterday, you said. Wait, no, yesterday you had off because it was a holiday. Today you're at work. There you go. Hey, Melve from Kat. Morning, authors. Hello, author L. Hollingsworth. How are you doing? Hope all is well with you. Hi, Kat. Hi, authors. Hope. Hello. Hiya. All late again. No worries. Right on time. Great to be here. Are we really doing this all day? I am. I can actually hyper focus for a really long time with periods of breaks in between. So yes, I will be going all day. And I probably will keep doing some work past because JC's got her stream tonight. And I'll be finishing mine. It's going to be around 8 o'clock my time, which I think she's still going at that time. It's about 2 hours into her sprint. So I think she'll still be going. It was spooky. Her intro is done and now working on his. Nice. It's always awesome, like starting a new story. I love starting new stories. I just got over 350 words. I'm having a hard time focusing. Oh no, Stacey. Hopefully the focus will come in. I did stop in. I don't think I have it pulled up. I don't have it pulled up anymore. I had too many tabs open and my computer was acting funny. So I had to start closing tabs. I always have a tab open to it has a word and then the word synonym because I always come up with something and I get, okay, put this word in. I need a different word synonym because sometimes it's not like the right word or maybe I just used it or something. So I always have that open and then I have the stream and then my speech to text program's open, but I haven't used it. I don't usually use it when I'm revising. Oh, and I have Drawn to the Dragon, the first book in this new series. Can I add it to my library? Or do I have too many? Okay, I added it to my library. Woo! That's the new book out. So my mind just jumped to 3 different things, maybe more. Read Taylor's book, Nice Cat. Another deep book on story to read. I need to find some easy ones, right? I still have not started The Art of War for writers, but I have skimmed through it and read a page here and there, and that one looks pretty easy, and that's the next one we're doing, so maybe. I got quite a bit written, finally hit a flow, but my right hand started hurting. Oh, yeah. I used to do handwriting. I'd write my stories by hand first, but then I tore up my TFC in my wrist. See, it just popped. And once you tear your TFC, you can't fix it because there's no blood flow. So yeah, I can't write for very long before it starts hurting. Just from holding onto my mouse, doing that felt, I felt that build up in there. So good morning. Oh wait, sorry, Mama Maggie. Mama Maggie got 3 chapters done. Woohoo. Are you revising or are you writing? I think you're revising if I remember right, but I could be wrong. Good morning, Melve from Adeshle. I got a few words in, but not that many, but you got words in. We'll celebrate even the small wins. Lately, my writing has been scattered. I'm taking one day at a time. I think that sounds like a good plan. As long as you're still writing, right? Sometimes we're not writing, and that doesn't mean that we're not writers. Sometimes we just need the time off. But getting some words in is always a win. Oh, crap. I didn't realize there was a prompt question. Oh, it's okay. I'll be ready for the next one. It's okay. Only one person had answered so far, but it looks like Carla got the next one. Or got this one. My overall antagonists feel like the world rejected him for no good reason and is trying to set things in order as he sees it. So, not so much as a hero, but more like he needs his world to be his way. I can understand that. Yeah, is he morally gray in that case? Does he is it his way? Is it a good way, or is it kind of like admin handled, about to post a social media post, but then I can start on more work. All right, that's what I was saying. I stopped in Kay's stream and said hello. I also stopped in Paula's stream and said hello. I did that on that sprint too. So answer 2. I don't think my MCs think they are the heroes, but they do think they may be the best choice for what they're currently doing. So if they don't think they're the heroes, but the antagonist is anybody who's standing, even though if you're like your MCs are not the heroes, because they are the main characters, whatever is standing in the way of their goals is considered the antagonist. So the antagonist could be actually the hero in this case, the one who's actually a hero in the story. Oh, I love Jacqueline Carey's Something Asunder. She wrote a series in which you're in the main character's point of view, and he's actually not the hero. And he kind of thinks he's not the hero by the end, but everything he does has a reason. But when you actually look at the story as a whole, he's the bad guy in the story. So, and in the end, he dies. So, sorry if I gave a spoiler, but Jacqueline Carey, she wrote the Kushiel's Dart, but that series, I think it was 3 books, maybe it was 2 books. Jacqueline Carey, books. I liked Kushiel's Dart, but that one was also a really good series. I keep thinking it's like Asunder or something like that. It's not really showing me. Kushiel's Dart was really good, though. I mean, that's technically romantasy, and it was written years ago. Oh, the first one was written in 2001, Kushiel's Dart. The Sundering, that's what it's called. Yeah, I kept thinking it's like Asundering or something like that. So the second fantasy series she wrote was The Sundering, consisting of Banewrecker and Godslayer. So it was 2 books. And it's told as a tragedy from the point of view of the dark side. It's a really good series. It was really good. I still think about it to this day. That's like when you have a book that stays with you, or a story that stays with you, that's a good book, at least for you, right? So, answer: my serial killer published his first victim's high school erotic fantasies into books and uses the unrealistic scenes to murder his victims. He claims they deserve it because they are bad people. So he does not think he's a bad guy. He thinks he's helping the world. Love it. One of the antagonists, my post-apocalyptic, is very similar, given that he's a mutated creature. He currently doesn't remember much, but he remembers being treated not so well. I feel like that's where a lot of villains come out of tragedies or tragic pasts. Answer 2B. The hit people are just in it for the money, and the big pharma execs are just greedy and think they are justified because Audra cost them money. So they justified why they're doing the things that they're doing. My antagonist is wrong. He wasn't mistreated. They were trying to help him step back from some destructive behavior, and he said, yeah, no. I like it, though. Sometimes, you got characters stick by what they believe in, right? Yep, at work. Finished Fated Adventures yesterday. So good. Yay. Oh, gosh. I don't know. You're the first person who told me they finished it, so I'm glad that you liked it. I see, Carla. For my antagonist, I'm not sure. I imagine he messed up a lot, but poor treatment is still poor treatment. So interesting, enough. That's what he remembers first. Yeah, we do get stuck on a loop in our mind, I think, sometimes of the bad things that have happened. Hope says, great. I'll be in and out all day. I found JC Sprint recently. Incredible, LMAO. Yeah, I love being in her sprints. She's such a great, her personality is just so warm and inviting, and when she laughs, it makes me want to smile because I just love her laugh. Yeah, I like being in her sprints. I am revising, says Mom Maggie. He'll choose to put himself in a situation where people never speak down on him again, treat him bad, and that's going to have some challenges for everyone else. I think the medicine is kicking in. Thank goodness. Awesome. I'm glad you're feeling better. His way is not a good way. He's a spoiled brat, and now he's attacking and hurting people to try and win. Well, this just sounds like a bad guy, Carla. Books that stay with you. There's a book that I really enjoyed. Which one's that? OMG, Mom Maggie, I gotta read that. But I think the author's made, and I think it's one of her books that she's got out. That the Pagosa series? I think it might be. I think the other author's main audience didn't like it, so there's been no sequel. Aww. But it's a book that I truly, truly enjoyed. Which one? We're back in the car. If you know, you know. LOL. Enjoyed. I did get that. I'll answer your email after work today on the Fate Adventures. I have some feedback. Oh, okay. I'm going to actually put together a form if you want to wait for that, or if you want to do both. Either way is fine with me. I do have some things I'd love to ask about as far as trying me set this up as a product to sell to the public. but totally totally up to you. I'm like losing my words here. It's called, I was looking at this one. It's called Honor of Duty. And I just thought of Call of Duty. And I was like, video game? No, it's a book, Honor of Duty. And then it reminded me of one of Michael Laurent's books, but I can't remember the name of it, but I think it had duty in it. And I haven't read too many of his books, but it's one of the few that I read. And so I was like, I don't think I know this. Who's the author? It's the End of Pagosa Stars series. Okay. I thought it was part of the Pagosa line. Sure, can wait. Okay. I was trying to hold off on sending the form for the feedback to give everyone a chance to finish it. And like I said, you're the first person who's told me they finished it. I've had several people reach out to me, said that they're still working through it. So I was not trying to like bombard you guys with everything. So at one time. And I got to the end. All right. So we'll go to the next sprint. A.R. Rund for this series. I've never heard of it, so I don't know that book. It sounds like it's military though. Sorry, I was quoting Jurassic Park 1. Oh, okay. Oh, LOL. This next timer is another new one I made. I didn't make the videos, but I just pulled all the videos together and made it into a timer. All right, so for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we're going to do another, let me take the banner off. I'll put another question up with the next banner. And so for everyone else, we'll get started on the next 60 minutes, 1 hour sprint. 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I gotta figure mine out. 42, 3, 40, 45 minutes. I saw the time and I thought, okay, well, I have to go get something to eat because my 6 hours of eating time is almost up. And so I got something to eat, ate that, then went to work. I think it's interesting. I had 144 words added in revision, but my count has been like my time is kind of all over. So 39 minutes for the first sprint, 51 minutes for the second sprint, 45 minutes for the third sprint. But then the word counts are 146, 153, and 144. They're all pretty much the same, even though my time of revising is all over the place, which is really interesting. But okay, let's see how you guys did. And I think I left off here. It was right before Martin came in. Say, afternoon. I saw this right as we went on the sprint. And then Deshley says, but his larger known works probably is William D. Arnon. I'm not sure how you say that. I guess his work would be considered men's fantasy or adventure or something. And that was based off of us talking about honor of duty. I kept clicking on it, but it wasn't going. Which to me sounded like some type of military something or other, but that would make sense. Fantasy or adventure or something. And there is a link to it. Thank you for providing that. This is medieval fantasy, gender flipped in terms of power story with politics and other issues. The main character has to marry to be married off. And we've seen him adjust to the environment and try to honor his duties. So like when you said the gender was flipped, it meant like he was not in a place of power, that he was being basically bartered off in a political move to be married to somebody. Is that what that is? Yeah, I think that's what you meant. I think I'm understanding what you're saying. But it ain't easy. Think of the trope of the princess or daughter of high-ranking individual being married off into a questionable situation. Yeah. It's one thing I really liked. I've really enjoyed with writing this 8-part short story series. I've got one more. I'm in the 7th story, but I got one more left. And that one more left is where the gender imbalance comes in. So each of my 8 stories are based on each of the 8 elements. And the elements are split 2 per season. And so, there's 2 seasons that are dominated by one gender. So summer is dominated by men, the male gods, and winter is dominated by the female goddesses. And so when I've had to write in all of my fae, so all of my 8 stories were based on one fae and one human, and human was the female and the fae is the male. But when it came to the winter elements, which was moon and water, the male fae were not in power. Like they were in positions where they were not in power. And so it was interesting to write. In the first one, I did the moon fae one. That's the second book. That's my favorite story out of all of them too. He really is like in a position of no power whatsoever. But at least in the water one, he is a priest, and he's the only priest that is there. So in this temple, because it's a very tiny island with a very tiny population of water fae, and that's the only way that men can really find power is by being a priest. But they can also be soldiers, but they'll never be in leadership positions. So, but yeah, it was interesting writing that power imbalance. That was different. I had fun doing it. BRB says Kat again. Hope says to Mom Maggie, intrigued. Thank you. I don't write in that genre, but I read all fiction. Well, sort of. Seriously struggle with epic historical fiction. Many remain in my DNF. I think a lot of historical fiction I have a hard time getting into, depending on how far back it goes. I like during like the Roman times and further back than that, if I can find it. But I often like if it's like mixed with fantasy. Hello, Martha, the Dreamer Stocks. Welcome. I don't know if you've been here before, although the avatar looks familiar. If you've been here before, welcome back. But if it's your first time, welcome. And Paula stopped in. Hi, just invited to make friends with like button. I appreciate that, Paula. I know you're probably still not here, but I appreciate it. Lunch break we'll be back later. All right. I hope you have a wonderful lunch break. Kara, hello. How's it going? Is there an official website for all the words October, or we just say I'm doing this? It's just that you just say I'm doing this. Yeah, we don't have anything official. at this point, although Mom Maggie just did put together the playlist, which is really cool. Carla says, I'm going to head out, have some lunch, and maybe go for a walk. Catch y'all later. Bye, Carla. I probably missed you too. Yeah, that was a little while ago. Grabbing a lunch break, but still reading the beta. It looks like a lot of us went for lunch. So, which is pretty awesome. Still reading the beta, which is fun. I like being a beta reader. Hello, I have been having my usual admin day, but looking forward to getting some editing of my nonfiction book done ASAP. For now, I'm liking the stream. Thanks so much, Heather. I appreciate that. Cass says, I got a savory breakfast roll and more coffee. I did get more coffee too. I got a third cup, which I don't always have like a third cup, not for a couple weeks now. But I figured since I'm going to be up later today, I was going to get a third cup. Rita says, okay, I'm back. But lurking because I need to film and put groceries away, plus new tablescape. I got floating candles. Pretty. I had floating candles for my wedding. I got about 100 words. So distracted. Oh, you said that before, Stacey. Okay, let's just say woohoo for 100 words and hope that you are able to get less or have fewer distractions in the next one. Yes, that's what I meant. I think I already lost what I said. You've got an email message, read the Google Doc to Kat from Adeshale. Answer number 3. So this is to the third question that we have up on the screen, which I know it's about setting, but I don't remember the exact word order I have there. So I'm waiting for it to come back around here. Then we can do the answer. Question 3. So what would your story lose if you removed your setting? And so Stacey says to answer 3, since my story is pre-apocalyptic, my story would probably just seem like a spy story if not for that component. I think that's really cool. I don't think I've read any pre-apocalyptic stories. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I've read or even watched. So I don't know what the common setting is like. I'm assuming that it's a ramp up to the actual apocalypse. So I don't know what that would be. Oh, wait. With the movie Up? That might be it. But that's not really, it's apocalypse. There's no post-apocalypse because the earth was destroyed. But maybe the movie Up was probably pre-apocalyptic. So yeah, if you didn't have the ramping up of the apocalypse about to happen, that would definitely change the story. So for me, I think in the beginning of my story, the setting could be changed. As long as the same events happen, the setting could change and it wouldn't make much difference. But once we get about to the 1/3 mark, when they're stuck in the underground tunnels of the continent, then the setting is a big, huge part of it. It's what really throws the two protagonists together because they're literally enemies. He's an ice dragon. She's a fire fae. They've been at war for centuries. They're about to go back to war. And then they're also in both opposing or secret orders. And she has tried wholeheartedly to kill him, but she's not succeeded. But now they're stuck underground and it's just the two of them and they have to fight off all these other things that are happening because this is also they're under the Molester Woods, which there are some of those creatures that are in the Molester Woods that live in the underground tunnels as well. And then the dwarves are the ones who made the underground tunnels. So they're down there. And then there's just lots of booby traps too, because the dwarves have set up booby traps everywhere. So I still can't wait till I get to my last scene that I wrote once I fixed all the continuity issues. I haven't shared the last scene with my Omega readers, but I just love it because I don't think I can write funny, but I think the scene is funny because he realizes too late that they just stepped over a booby trap. Well, he stepped over a booby trap, but she steps on it and he pushes her out of the way and he gets stuck with 2 arrows, but they're really big arrows. And so she pulls them out. One's in his leg and one is his shoulder. And she's like, okay, I count of 3. And she does 1, 2, and pulls it out. And he was like, that was not 3. And then goes to the next one. And she kind of does the same thing, but shorter, I think. He says 1 and she pulls it out, the other arrow. And he was like, did they not teach you to count at your order? I still laugh over it thinking about it. But I like Zane. Zane has like a really cool personality to me. But yeah. So the underground tunnels are definitely a big part. There would not be the same story without these underground tunnels and them moving through it for my story. So yeah. Okay, Adeshale from Kat. I need to get tea and or coffee. Did you get both? I want food, but I don't really have it in me to make anything. Nothing quick to eat either. I might have to gas brave the outside. Oh no. I want to be productive. I value the 12-hour marathon days. But you have to eat, right? You have to take care of you. But being under the weather, it makes it really hard to focus. Yes, I can agree with that. Hi, stream hopping today. Hi, Jocelyn. How's it going? Is that the last one? Yeah, I wrote one of my short stories while I was sick a couple weeks ago, and I thought this thing makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. It needs a lot of work. But I did like a week ago. I put all the short stories I've written into AutoCrit. I bought the lifetime feature of AutoCrit, and it has I'm pretty certain it uses AI. I mean, it has to, right? It has like a analysis, and now it has a beta and alpha reader feature, and you click on it, and it has like a list of alpha and beta readers that you can choose from, and they have different types, or you can make your own. So I did choose a couple of them and modified what they read for, and then I created a couple of my own, and I just ran all the stories through all of those, and even the story that I thought like made no sense, they liked it. So I was like, okay, there's something salvageable here, but I don't know what I'm going to have to do to really make it make sense for the final story, but we'll see when we get there. Shall buy waffles, lol. Adeshe should be updated. Don't know what you're referring to in 2 comments. And don't worry about the words that are 2 and 1, lol. They're good on my Scrivener project, just Google Docs. Alrighty, that's the last comment. Let's go ahead and get going for the next sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And if you are staying for the next sprint, I will have another question up, question 4. In just a moment, it'll be at the bottom of the screen, and we'll get started for the next 60 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. That is time. How did you do? I figure out my time. 6. 1 more. 128 words added in revision. Making good progress. I just started chapter 10, which is not bad. I started at the beginning of the book with a prologue, so 10 chapters done. Starting chapter 10, that would be the 11th chapter. Out of 51 chapters altogether is what I have to do. I have to get through before I can start adding more chapters to this. But then once I do get through it and I revise it, I'll probably get like a plan put together of what I want to do for adding words, and then go on to revising the short stories that I have. So, all right, let's see where I left off. There is a question up in case if anybody wanted to answer that. And the question is, when it comes back around, what's one part of your writing process that feels effortless and one that always feels like a struggle? So for me, the effortless part is the drafting, and the struggle is the editing. Yeah. I like the brainstorming too, but drafting is just so, I just get lost in writing the world. And then revising is not like my favorite part of the writing process, but it is like, putting the story together, figuring parts out. Like that's what I'm doing right now is revising. And especially if I like the story, because I like this story. I didn't like my previous book for much of the time that I was working on it. It's really fun to kind of see how it's all coming together again and what I need to do to fix it. But by the time I get to editing, and I do separate out revision and editing for me, from having an academic background, they are two very different things. Revision is like your developmental edits, where you're looking at overall the picture and then also looking at what's working for the scene structure. So everything from like character growth and scene structure all the way to the big picture of what's going on for the book and making changes, where editing is like proofreading and spelling and stuff. So by the time I get to the editing stage, I think I'm like usually sick of my writing at that point for that particular story, because I've gone over it so many times. So I'm like, I'm done with it. I don't want to do this again. But, editing has to happen. That's why I always say I would love to have more time in between my works that I'm working on. But I've been slow to publish. I published nothing this year. Published 1 book last year, 2 books the year before. So I am, like trying to move a little bit faster through things. I think that's also why I've gone to writing some short stories, because, well, one, I just have a lot of ideas I want to get out. And once I started on the short story kick, I was like really getting into it. Just learning how to write shorter was fun too. So yeah, anyways, there we go. Let's pick up where we left off here. I think it was here. Desha says, you're saying Pro Writing Aid has the beta read analysis and it's free. There is a manuscript analysis with Pro Writing Aid, but it is a paid thing and I've not used it. And I have the lifetime access with Pro Writing Aid and it's not free for me. But I was talking about AutoCrit, where it has the free beta read analysis and alpha read analysis, where you get to like choose which readers you want out of they put together different readers. So I think I got one's a paranormal romance reader. One is a genre reader who just does all things that are in genre, not literary fiction. I chose another one that was, I don't remember what the other one I chose. And then you can create your own readers as well. And so I think I have 5 altogether, 5 readers on AutoCrit. And I've got the lifetime access to AutoCrit as well as what I paid for. I paid for lifetime access with Pro Writing Aid as well. With that said, AutoCrit's like double the amount of money for the lifetime access than it was for Pro Writing Aid. I think I paid like $199 for the lifetime access for Pro Writing Aid because I got it on special. AutoCrit has never done a special. They actually don't even advertise the lifetime plan on their website. You have to like actually look for like Google AutoCrit lifetime plan to come up to the page. And it always says that there's a discount on it, but it's the same discount they've had for every year for like 3-4 years, at least the 3-4 years I was tracking it. So finally, I think in the 3rd year, I went ahead and just bought the lifetime access. So I really like the beta read feature, but you do have to be very careful of your language, what you're using when you're setting up your beta reader or alpha reader, because they have alpha reader and beta reader, which is the same pool. But I think like however they set it up, the alpha reader knows that this is like more like rougher work than the beta reader who reads your work, even if it's the same reader you're choosing for both. Because because it will say things like, it looks like you still need to work on this. You even left yourself an author note, because I leave myself author notes in brackets, and I submitted all of it for my short stories into the function. I have lots of brackets in my work because I wrote those stories really, really fast. And they're like, it looks like you left an author note in there, but on your next revision, it looks like you'll be able to fix this. And when I put it through on the beta read side, it said, you've left a little too many author notes in here. You really need to fix this before I read this again. So I was like, okay, I will do that. But I didn't realize like some of the ones you could choose from in AutoCrit, some of the readers that they have there, all of them have like things that are like a hard no for them. I forget what they called it, like a line that you cross with them. So like no harmful content to children. Obviously that's, I mean, well, I do have a child who's harmed in my first book. And it was actually something I took from not our history here, but history of our earth. But you know, there's things in there like hate speech and violence and things. So that all those things are in there, and you can edit the readers. So I had edited out like the violence and stuff, because I have, you know, war, and obviously this book that I'm writing right now has an assassin and another person from a secret order, and they do lots of killing. Actually, the assassin does lots of killing, but she kills like 2 people in the first like 10 chapters. But yeah, so there's violence in mine. But then my short stories, they're romance, and they get spicy. And so it said, you crossed my boundaries there. I'm like, oh. So I had to go through and take it out, take out that part of the reader so that it would, that would do it. And then I took out anything about consent, because even though all of my scenes are consensual, there's nothing that's not consensual, but it would read something like a context from like something earlier in the story and apply it to the intimate scene that came later, and then say it was non-consensual. And I'm like, what? No, that was a battle right there. That was a battle that they just had. And then this over here is totally different scene. Why are you? So I had to take out the non-consent part too, because I was like, I would love to keep that in there, so that it's AI and it doesn't know it it can't understand the context very well. So I was like, I'm not taking out the battle scene just so that my intimate scene later looks like it's consensual, because a reader who's reading this will know this is consensual. So anyways, yeah, it's kind of interesting. So you have to so I had to tweak the readers a few times to get them to read my work and not say, sorry, I can't talk about this because it's a hard no for me. I'm like, okay. Anyways, I'll go on. Got it. AutoCrit. And that's what I said. It's not free. It's a free thing for me to use the beta and alpha readers on the program, and to create my own alpha and beta readers on the program. It's free for me to do that, but only free in the sense that because I paid for AutoCrit, right? So yeah, I was trying to get that across. And then read Google Doc to Kat. Got it. I added some comments, tried to undo something, and then my comments were gone anyways. Got it now. Oh, I see. Jocelyn says, I'm back. I guess Mom Maggie's streaming is done right now. Which I just, excuse me, I did say a little bit later that she had gone this morning, but I had left it up because she did explain like the whole breakdown of what all the words October was all about, which I'm sure, Jocelyn, you probably already know because we've done this back in August, but for anyone who is new to all the words. And then Deshley said, I guess at some point I'll probably look into more into AutoCrit. Yeah, it took me a while to buy it. I bought Pro Writing Aid like my first year as a published writer. But it took me a couple of years because I kept waiting for it to go on special and never did. And then hi, Jocelyn from Deshley. Hi, Deshley. I like AutoCrit's community setup and workshops. I haven't really used them for editing. And that's when I say, yeah, Pro Writing Aid is definitely better for editing, in my opinion. It does basically all the same reports. It's slightly different how it gives it to you, how the output of it. I don't know. I just find Pro Writing Aid is better for the editing, but I wouldn't say that AutoCrit's not good. I just have found Pro Writing Aid to be better. I'm trying to think of why I think that, but I don't know. It's like more of an intuitive thing. But I like it for the features for the analysis. Also, it doesn't call it a reverse outline, but it will do like a chapter by chapter analysis. I think that's what it's called, but it gives you a summary of the chapter when it does it. And so that's kind of like a reverse outline for me. Like I do a reverse outline on my stuff. Now I can put it in there and then kind of copy and paste like things that it might've picked up that I didn't remember about my chapter or whatever. So, because I don't do my reverse outline as soon as I finish a chapter. Like, I don't even have a reverse outline yet for this book that I'm working on. I have 51 chapters and 110,000 words. I still don't have a reverse outline yet. So by the time I start, that was very helpful for me on my last book, was to use that. But again, AI, so it's not always right. It'll say something. I'm like, that did not happen. I know that didn't happen. And then sometimes it makes me second guess. It'll say something. I'm like, I don't think that happened. Did not go look at chapter. No, it didn't happen. Okay, this is where I got it from. So it's not perfect, but yeah. Gwenna came in. Hello, Gwenna. How's it going? We'll be here and there as I'm home with a sick kiddo. There's a lot of people getting sick lately, but it looks like we're in for some long sprints. I love it. I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad to hear that, SD. I did a bit of research before choosing and end up with Pro Writing Aid, but I still want an autocrit. That's exactly where I was at. I got Pro Writing Aid after doing research. I still want an autocrit. It's just a pretty penny for it. Because I think the lifetime is $349 or something like that. It was something like that. I think they let you compare your work to other work in certain genres. So I think it's a bit similar to Pro Writing Aid, that like you pick the genre that your work is close to, and you can also do it by authoring and autocrit. So that when it runs the reports, it does it based on those things. What's different is that it will give you an analysis. So it'll analyze your whole work. Hold on. Let me pull up autocrit. Log in. Okay. So this is the last short story that I wrote, and I put it in here. So can you guys see it? Maybe I need to make it bigger. Can I make it bigger? Wrong screen. I was not on the right screen. Go back to this screen. Too many tabs. Okay. So if you got planning, I don't know what planning is. I've not used this. I bet you this is like an AI thing too. I always go to analysis, fiction analyzer, or you can do a combination report. The combination report tends to be like your adverbs, overused words, things like that. So this is here where it gives you the story premise. So I did the analysis already. So it gives you a story premise, the story arc, double man in the hole. I think this is new. They used to not give a story arc like this, or at least I haven't actually used autocrit for like 2 years. So I don't know how new this is, but it's new to me since the last time I opened it, because I haven't had a new book in a while or new story. And then it gives you the arc description, protagonist. And this was the short stories. It does really well. It picks up everything really, really well. I've noticed with my long stories, because when I put my Kickstarter book in there, that was like 2 years ago, it didn't do very well keeping up with things. Then the target genre. So it gives you the whole analysis of everything. And now this is the story. You can also go to world, and it has like location, frequency. I mean, this is really cool. A lot of the stuff it gives you here. So this is all stuff that you wouldn't get with Pro Writing Aid. I don't know if you guys can see this. And like, I didn't remember, where was it at? Unexplored hooks. Like what else you could do? Like what, mine's a short story and it can't get any longer, so I can't do anything with that. But if I was writing like a novel and I was like, what can I do that will help round out this novel, then I would take some of this stuff into consideration. Like, and then flora and fauna, how it's integrated into the plot. So it has some really great stuff that it has in here. And then it also does a analysis of your characters. So my short stories are only a single protagonist. It's only in the female's perspective. And it did pick that up really well. And it talks about, like what's her wants, her needs, and her arc evolution. Even audience appeal. Like, this stuff is really cool to read it. What's new? Oh, there's something new up here too that I didn't see. Where's that? I guess maybe that's under something else. And then here's the beats and outline where it talks. This will give you like the chapters. Says, where's the chapters at? Maybe that's under story. No, world, no, characters, beats. Where's the chapters? Did I not do? I might not have done the chapter by chapter analysis on this one, because I think this was the last one I uploaded. it's like hidden underneath the bar up here. I can't get to it to do the chapter by chapter analysis. So I think I forgot to say chapter by chapter analysis, which you have to click on up here, but I can't get to it. So, okay. Maybe if I make it smaller. There we go. And so I didn't have analyze by chapter turned on. And that's when it'll analyze by chapter. And when it analyzes by chapter, that's when it will give you what you could use for your reverse outline. And then where is, oh, here's alpha reader and then beta reader. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I have 5. So paranormal romance is one of theirs. I made dark epic romantasy enthusiasts. I made that one because some of my stuff can be darker, you know, battles, dying, that kind of stuff. Shannon's cheerleader, I made off of one of their cheerleaders. They have a cheerleader. And I think I can I click on it? How do I get? How do I get another reader? I know there's a way to add another reader in here, but I don't know how I did it. Okay, so here's, I haven't done a beta reader on this one. I just said alpha reader. Maybe I can't add anymore because I already did it. I don't know. So here, select your reader, and this is where you have all your readers over here. So this one, 2 of them I made. I made the dark epic romance enthusiast and Shannon's cheerleader. Those are 2 characters from my Fated Adventures. So I made them. But then the other ones, the paranormal romance, the analyzer, the genre superfan are the other ones. And all of those, you can read more, and then you can edit them. And so like I kept it. So the content boundaries is where I had to reach out for. So harm to animals and children, I kept that in there. But it has a whole list of things. So I think reader templates. Here are other ones. So yeah, academic nonfiction reader, biography reader, business nonfiction reader, cozy mystery reader. So like this one, you can read more. You'll see how it has a lot under its content boundaries. See how much is under here for content and boundaries? And it felt like, even though like I don't want like, well, there is torture in my book. So I had to take that one out for sure. There's violence and graphic, violence and gore. It's not really sexual violence, but again, it looked at the context of like a previous battle scene and applied it to the consensual intimacy. And so for some reason, one of my stories, it was like, this was a hard no for me. And I was like, but that's not what happened. So yeah, I took out a lot of this stuff because my stuff does go a bit darker. There is a lot of this stuff does end up in my stories. So I want to take it all out so I can build my readers, even though it's not my short stories. Some of it's in my longer stories, my novels. So yeah. So anyways, and you can change it. You can edit this, create this reader. Once you create it, then you can edit it. So that's what this looks like. Hopefully that helps with what that looks like. Here's chapters. Oh, here. I don't know. Okay. I don't know why I didn't find this before. Here it gives like a synopsis of the chapter. So here it is. Yeah. And conflict, the characters that are in the character. Although it does well with short stories. With my novel, like I put in my current novel last week too, when I put all these in here. And you can tell it, you can redo it, generate the analysis again. And no matter what, it could not understand that my main character, who was not the point of view character in the chapter, Nira, she's being called Smoke by Zane. That's what he calls her because she disappears on him in smoke, their very first meeting. And she does use it again later on. So he calls her Smoke because she refuses to give her name. But then when she does give her name, eventually he thinks about her sometimes as Nira, but calls her Smoke. And so her name is in the chapter along with her nickname, and it put it as 2 different characters. And no matter how many times I regenerate the analysis, it could not figure out that Smoke and Nira were the same character. So I was like, okay, so it's not the smartest, but yeah, I like a lot of this stuff, but like I said, the other stuff like the pacing, dialogue, strong writing, word choice, all those reports, that's like, I feel like it's better with Pro Writing Aid, and I can't seem to figure out why I think it's better, but I think it's better. And the like beta reader feature, alpha reader. Oh, I didn't show you the market fuel. Let me add that back. Hold on. One other thing that I saw that was new, so come here, it's market fuel. It tells you like your target audience, your genre, subgenre. I could be like selling AutoCrit to y'all here right now. Comparable titles and sales expectations. It almost always says that A Court of Thorn and Roses. Doesn't matter which story I put in there. It always says that one is one of the ones for my work. Markability strengths, markability risks and concerns, positioning, packaging. This is all like new stuff that they did not have like 2 years ago, the last time I was reading this, or I was using this. So top 5 books, similar books. I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then it also gives me like title options, but I already have my title for it. So yeah, but it's kind of interesting how it gives me title options too. And then logline options, optional blurbs. Some of the blurbs didn't make any sense with what actually happened, even with the short story. So I was like, okay, it still needs to work on that. Keywords, some of them are good. Some of the keywords are good. Amazon categories, I wouldn't actually pick some of these categories. I would definitely pick romance. Romance, there's now a category of romantasy under romance. So that would be my first one. Then my next one might be romance and paranormal. And then I would choose probably this one next. I would not go with that one alone or this one alone because they don't have the romance aspect, even though those are getting flooded with some romantasy books as well. But yeah. Then BISAC, if you're going through like Drafted Digital or Barnes & Noble, they go by BISAC categories. And then promotions, how you can promote your book. So it's really cool, a lot of stuff. But this is definitely more an expensive program than Pro Writing Aid. So anyways, I don't know if that helps any to show you the difference with it. Hi, Gwenna. Hello, Weaver Words. Hello, how are you doing? That reminds me, I best go make some tea. Hi, Weaver Words. Hi, Adeshle. Are you working on anything? Kara says, I'm another AutoCrit lifer. Yay. I haven't used it in a while because I haven't published anything in a while, but I really do enjoy some of these newer features that were not there before. I think when I can, I'll try to get to AutoCrit. Got more chapters done, but need an eyeball break, so I'll be back. No worries. Take care of you, Rachel. Hello, says Martha. Hey, JC, how's it going? Hope you're having a great day. I am. I'm revising. That's what I'm doing this month is revising. So not like huge word counts. I'm getting word counts, but not huge ones. But I'm making it through. I thought I'd start with my novel in progress because I start exchanging chapters with Morgan, and we're going to be working together as critique partners again starting in December. So I needed to get these chapters put together and ready to start exchanging chapters with her. So I'm doing that. Once I get through these chapters, that I plan to revise my short stories. I'm almost done. I'm halfway through my 7th story of my 8-part short story series. So I plan to write those as well. But that'll probably be later in the month. So that's going to be 15,000 words right there, roughly. And then where did my brain just jumped? I don't know where I was going. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hey, JC, how's it going? Hey, Kat. Hi, says Weaver. Hi, Weaver. Hi, JC. I joined late, but I'm working on edits this evening. You're just on time. We've got several hours left. So, and then JC is actually sprinting this evening as well. So lots of people to join. I keep getting interrupted. It's been 20 minutes and I haven't been able to start a file. Oh, no. Your first day back, right? Well, after a 3-day weekend. It always feels like that after a 3-day weekend. Everyone needs stuff done now. They want it right now. I usually struggle with dialogue, but the plotting in first draft is super fun. When I'm drafting, so I do my first draft, it's a fast draft, dirty draft, zero draft, whatever you want to call it draft. I kind of call it my verbal vomit draft now because it's all dictation. It's mostly dialogue. So like I have to layer in all the other stuff later because it's mostly dialogue. Answer, drafting and revising are easier for me than formatting and marketing for me. Oh yeah, I didn't even go in that far in my brain in the process of writing a book. Because if that was the case, yes, marketing like does not happen. I mean, I have things I'm doing. It's so funny. Like y'all, my kiddo, he's 12, but he was nonverbal until he was 6. And then it was echolalia for quite a while. So he's autistic. So he, it took a while for him to come up with like unique phrasing and stuff. And now it just amazes me the conversations he will start with me, because even my oldest kiddo never started conversations with me. I know my oldest kiddo is, he's not proud of what he said to me a few years ago, but he was like, yeah, Mom, he says, you're boring to listen to sometimes. I'm like, okay. But Julian doesn't feel that way, my youngest kiddo. So he asked me yesterday, what do you do to market your books, Mom? And I was like, what do I do to market my books? And he was like, do you use social media? I was like, not really. I mean, if you count YouTube in there, I kind of use YouTube, but still I don't really use it that much. So then I started going through like all the stuff I actually do when it comes to marketing my books. And I was like, well, I mean, I joined promos. I've joined a free promo that's happening on the 30th this month. I bought a promo that's happening October and November. So I'm doing these promos. So not so much social media. Why am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing right now. Okay, let me move on. Answer 4 to the question. Right now, my biggest struggle is focusing and making myself actually work. I don't know what it is that seems effortless. Focusing and making myself actually work. I'm thinking someone just came up. Wasn't it wrong tab? Emma Bennett. She was here earlier. She just did a video 5 hours ago, 10-minute reset for writing focus. My trick to begin writing focus. I haven't seen the video yet, but I wonder if that might have a, we all work differently. We all have different things that work for us, but maybe that might help. Or maybe there might be something in there that might be useful. And so I haven't seen the video, so I couldn't like give you a synopsis of it. It's going to start playing. Share. Copy. I will drop it in the chat. Emma's focus video. And it doesn't look like it's really long. Wrong tab again. 7 minute video. Yeah, 7-minute video. Not very long. I don't know if there's anything in there that might help you, but it's always cool, I think, finding out what works for other people and seeing if it's something that could work for me. LOL, as I haven't finished a story I'm really good at beginning, but struggle with middles and endings, LOL. So you're saying like writing the beginning of a story is the easiest part. You might think the ending is easy too, because a lot of people find the beginnings and endings easy, but that middle, the middle part has like lots of names, like muggy middle, soggy middle, muddy middle. I don't know what I just said. But anyways, yeah, they got names for the middle part because that seems to be the hardest part for a lot of people. Rita says, live stream setup. Check. Wrapping up armchair chats for this season today. Sad face. Aww. Are you still here? That was a little while ago. I did send a message to Dale. Hold on. And my microphone likes to pick up stuff from my phone, so I said, Rita jumped in and pushed you over $10,000. I said to Dale, it's like, oh, you cuss word. Thank you. Rita is such a sweetheart to me. Always so supportive. So I thought that was cool. What did I push? Wrong button. What am I pushing? I thought I was pushing the right thing, but there went the depth perception. I'm still putting wrong thing. Okay, there we go. Kat says, writing drafting can be a struggle sometimes because of interruptions and motivation. Editing is quicker, and it's mostly just reading my story. And see, by the time I get there, I'm like done with my story. So I wish I had more time in between. Heating up lunch, says Rita. Yay, 12 hours is goal, Shannon. Yes. Sounds like AutoCrit would hate me. I think it hates me sometimes too, but if you change it, you can change your readers. So that's what I did. I just had to play around with it for a while. It's like, sorry, there was a hard content no for me. I'm like, why? And they would tell me. I'm like, but it's not non-consensual. That was a battle scene, because it's like, well, he did this, and then this happened. I'm like, well, he did this in 2 scenes previous, and then they did that 2 scenes later. So yeah, it's AI. It's not perfect. Hi, Rita. Hi, Patrick Farmer. Oh, wait. Yes. Hi, Patrick Farmer. How are you doing? You came in and just said hi to Rita. So, right? No. Oh, why was I thinking this was someone else? Yay. So, hello, Paget. How are you doing? What are you working on? Why did I think you were someone else? I thought you were someone already here. But that was your first comment, I think, in the chat. You see, my focus is not where it should be. How are you, Paget? How have you been, Miss Lovely? It's been a wild year, finally catching up to writing. Your reels and such have been cracking me up, though. I know Rita makes some funny reels. Well, you say reels, but you put the same ones on YouTube, right? Because I've been seeing the ones on YouTube. I'm so glad. I'm so happy you're back, too. LOL, AutoCrit, too many notes. I have to send this rough draft to editor very soon, and I keep thinking I should put a note here and there and there. Yeah, it does give you a lot of information. You can download it, I think. I'm pretty sure I downloaded it a couple of years ago when I first did it on my Kickstarter book. Hands Paget notes to post there, here, and there. LOL. Lunch. Hi, Paget. The slowest part of revising is putting all the things from the print copy into the digital copy. Yeah, if you're doing it by hand. I did that for my first novel, and I haven't done it since. Hi to everyone. I just keep missing your sprints, Mom Maggie. It was really early this morning. Hi, Rita. My Spania Copita is done. I don't know what that is. I don't know if I said it right. Re-AC. That's cool. Autocrit. Yeah, Maggie. In Golan's voice. And once it's agreed, when I print it out and mark it up, I have to input those changes. I think that's why I stopped doing it. Now there are, like, I am right now revising my book. I only have 51 chapters. Oh, I know I said only, right? It's only halfway through. And it's right on track to be as long as my second book. It's my last one. I have left notes to myself throughout the draft as I was drafting it. So that has helped me. I've been clicking on the notes like, oh, that's what I want to do here. Okay, let me do that. That's been helping with my revision right now. Read the reader says, so cool. Fun. Stepping away says Jocelyn. See ya, Jocelyn. There's Emma's focus video. I love the middle. It's beginnings and endings. Oh my gosh, AC. Do you know, I've never heard anyone say that before. I don't even remember if I've ever heard you say that before. So you love the middle. That's interesting. Okie dokie, I'm back. Welcome back. Did you hear what I read? I think you did. I read Dale's comment back. I bragged. I told him that you pushed him over the 10,000. Welcome back, Rita. That's awesome. JC shared the secrets. And Paget, hey, how's it going? Greek spinach pie. Yeah, no, thank you. It's so good. I like spinach when it's not soggy. I don't like soggy lettuce or spinach or things like that. I know it's a texture thing for me. That's why sometimes I wonder if I'm autistic. We don't know. No secrets, LOL. Additionally, the middle is just the fun part for me. Beginnings have to really hook the reader, so I agonize over it. The end has to tie everything up in a satisfying way. So again, I agonize over it. I have briefly thought about, is my beginning enough to capture anyone's attention? And this is on past works. And I thought, well, this is where my attention was at for starting the story. So maybe it's a good idea. It wasn't until my Kickstarter book that I was like, oh my gosh, this beginning is not catching anyone's attention, because I ran it through readers, and I had several groups of readers it went through, and many of them were not making it past like the third chapter, chapter 3, but there was a prologue in there too. So prologue through chapter 3, many of them were not making it past chapter 3, where my first book for my Kickstarter, like majority of people made it all the way through the book. And then the majority of people were not making it through the book. And so I hired a developmental editor to help me with those first few chapters. And I think she helped me make that much stronger, but I didn't get a chance to run them back through readers again. So I don't know, but that was like the first time it really hit me like, okay, is my beginning not strong enough? I always thought they were just fine, but that's definitely a thing to worry about. Courtesy, thank you to Deshley. The end. Oh, I read that part. Oh, I have said it on my streams before. I was wondering if I might have heard it or I didn't, or maybe I was never there when you've said it. But I feel like it would have been, it's not like a surprise. It's not like this is the first time you've thought of it, I'm pretty sure. That's awesome at JC. Oh, no, I didn't hold on. Then back up your stream. Oh, I could have just told you. You didn't have to do that. I don't know if you've already backed it up. You might have. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, someone was talking about getting the focus going for the well, I lost it already. Focus for writing. Focus for, I think I already closed the tab. Yeah, I already closed the tab because my computer's acting funny. Oh, I should close this auto crit tab. There we go. Someone was talking about focus, and it went right along with your video. I'm with that, JC. I am always worried my ending won't be wow, but blah. Always stresses me out. LOL. Huh. I don't think I've ever had any issues with endings. It's always my middle. My middle is where I have trouble. The middle is where I can throw all of the drama and the family secrets in and all the good stuff that keeps people turning the page. I mean, yes, that's a great place to do all that. That's the part I have trouble with. Yes, JC. That's awesome. JC, I have been reading James Scott Bell, Writing from the Middle. Oh, I have that book too. I like James Scott Bell. We have a lot of James Scott Bell work. And yeah, given what I read about it, it makes sense why the middle would be a sweet, dramatic spot. 100%. All right, got to the end of the comments. We're going to be almost one more here, another one. And see, I can't write the middle first. I'm a chronological writer, so I can't write out of order. Oh, wow. That's like a terrible problem then, right? Because if you like the middle and you agonize over the beginning, you might put yourself into a state where you don't even start, even though you might have this wonderful middle that you already know you're going to do. I don't envy you that problem. I like the opposite, where I'm able to start a story easy and then I agonize over the middle. So, yeah, that would be rough, really rough. Exactly. I'm sorry, JC. All right, let's go ahead and get started on the next sprint. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. Oh, I should share the screen. And then another hour. And I'll start in when it starts. Oh, it's not showing up. 3, 2, 1. I will get it shared. We are starting. Oh, Rita. Yeah, hold on. I told him that you kicked him over $10,000 on his Kickstarter, and he said, "Oh, cuss word. Thank you." Rita is such a sweetheart to me, always so supportive. So And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Oh, I can figure out my time. That was pretty good. 57 minutes. That's the longest I've gone. 57 minutes. And 192 words added. A little bit more than I have on the other ones. Possibly because I went a little bit longer. All right. See how you guys did. And also the question Q5 is in the ticker down below. What's a piece of writing advice you swear by or totally ignore? So, all right. Left off with talking about the easy part of writing and the hard part of writing. We were talking about writing beginnings and endings of stories and middles and what's easy for us and what's not easy for us. So Rita says, "Oh my gosh, oh yeah," and I answered this too. So it's so sweet. He's so nice. Yeah, he is a sweet person. So lots of love. Paget to JC, how's it going? Charlie is writing. Hello, Charlie. Nice to find the stream going. Well, welcome. Are you writing? Are you? I mean, your tag is Charlie is writing, so I'm assuming you're probably writing something, but maybe not at this moment. You don't have to tell us what you're doing, but if you'd like to tell us, please feel free. Paget's okay. How are you? Answer to the question, writing advice I swear by would be to read something, anything, every single day. I truly feel like you cannot be the best writer you can be if you're not also reading and feeding your brain. I know people who say they don't have time, but you can read a page or two each day. That reminds me of there's a channel I follow, BookFox. He pulled together like all these different ideas from sources for Ray Bradbury, author Fahrenheit 451. I cannot speak today. And one of the things that he pulled together was advice from Ray Bradbury, where he said for 1,000 nights, which is no mean feat, do this every night for 1,000 nights. You have to read 3 things: a piece of poetry, a short story, and the short story does not have to be good. It can be bad. And none of the genre matters for any of these. And then some type of essay. And he recommended the essay be like biology or astronomy, or something that's out there that you're learning more about our world. And he said by doing that for 1,000 nights, reading those 3 things every night, you'll never run out of things to write about. So. And I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. And I do read every day. I think my average right now is I finish 1.65 books. No, one book. I finish a book. I don't remember. I can't remember which way it is. Is it 1.65 books in 2 days? Or no, I think it's 1.65 days it takes me to finish one book. Yeah. And I stopped recording. I try to write down. I've tried this last year to write down all the books I'm reading. And I stopped recording. I stopped recording right before the conference back in June. And I was on book 104 at that time. So I've read a whole lot more since then. But yeah, I should go through and try and write down all my books I've read so I know how many I've done. But I think that's great advice. Awesome advice. Kat says, I don't know where I left the chat. My grandma is going through the things that came out of her house in California and driving us up the wall with us wanting to get rid of our stuff because she is. Don't you love that? So I can feel good. I know the feeling. Like you want to feel good about what you're doing so you want to have other people do it too. Rachel says, made back in time for the break. Yay. Welcome back. Kat says, LOL, it's stressful, but what can we do? Nothing, right? Yeah. Especially if you don't want to throw away your stuff. Chapter done. Awesome. Next sprint will be plotting and planning. Is that plotting and planning for the next chapter after that? Hey, Rachel. I need to email you back. Good thing I saw you. LOL. I'm okay, JC, getting back into it after a strange year. And I agree. If I don't read at least a few pages every day, I start to sound like an echo chamber. Huh. Never thought about that, but that's probably a good way of looking at it. Finished rereading what I wrote a few days ago so I could get to drafting today. Awesome. What genre do you write? Not that you have to share. Nothing I ask you, you have to answer. It's totally up to you what you feel comfortable with. I write in fantasy romance, or romantasy is how it's being rebranded right now. But yeah. It's been a wild year, so I understand, to JC from Rachel. And yes, agree with JC on the reading point. Or at least an audiobook, which is the same thing, I guess. Audiobook is like my job sometimes. I audiobook like it is my job sometimes. Did my cat just try to jump up here? And I've got this stuff in the way. Hi. Did you want to come up? Sorry, I got all my Kickstarter stuff from Rita. Yeah. Come on. Oh, yeah. He's like coming halfway up. Hi, Thor. Lately, he's been like looking all over my desk like, what you got? Oh, are you getting sick? You got like something in your eye. I think he might be getting sick. Everybody's getting sick. Okay. Oh, I listen to audiobooks like it's my job sometimes. And true. Keiko, hello. Just came back from work. Traffic becomes a non-issue with audiobooks. I do like audiobooks to a point. I can't understand all narrators because I'm partially tone deaf. So it just really depends on what the audiobook is. But answer 5, listen to your draft and change formats for editing. So that's the answer to the question. What was the question again? I already forgot it. Oh, what's one piece of writing advice you swear by? What's a piece of, there's my other one. There's Loki. There's his brother. Hello. Yes. Sorry. Rita's stuff keeps getting away, huh? So I got Loki and Thor up here, brothers. But, oh yeah. What do you swear by or totally ignore? Yeah. Listen to your draft and change formats for editing. That's a good one, Maggie. Listening to it is so helpful for flow and finding random typos, etc. Ashley, Emma, hello. How's it going? I'm still in the process of making my Kickstarter page. We'll let you know when it's live. I did get your email. I didn't respond. I actually have not opened my email this week. I mean, other than the few emails I've seen that I know and I did open your email. And then I marked it as unread because I was going to go back and respond. But I don't send my newsletter list. My next newsletter is sent on the 4th of October. So you will be, I think you said October 2nd is when you're going to go live, if I remember right from the email. So you'll have just gone live when it goes out in my newsletter. But I did get it. How's it going? And hi to Ashley Emma from Paget. My mom and I were talking about Amish romances the other day, and I thought of you. I hired someone to help me. Needed some help. Oh, who'd you hire? Because Dale just did his, but he hired the Ink Influence. But I imagine they're probably quite expensive. I would think. I don't know. I didn't ask him. Charlie's writing says, I'm currently reading so much because I'm in a YA lit class as part of my library science master's program. So I'm buried in YA lately. This sounds familiar. Have you been here? I feel like you might have been here before because there's not very many people who are like in a library science master's program. So I feel like you've been here before. But yeah, I read a whole lot when I was in my master's program for writing. Oh, I missed you guys. Hey, Ashley Emma. Doing well, crazy busy, working on Amish Scarlet Letter. And I know I was talking about the other day, how I have one of your books as an ebook. It's the Cinderella one. But I was looking through, I was trying to find all the books I have on craft because of something I'm going to be doing in the future. And I found another one of your books on my shelf back here. Amish Red Riding Hood. Yeah, Amish Red Riding Hood. So I have another one of your books. Actually, I have 2 of your books. So yeah, I have one in physical format, one ebook. I know I've missed everyone too. It's been too long and too sporadic. Oh, that sounds cool. I feel really off if I don't read. I will literally feel like something is wrong. And then I'm like, oh, I haven't read anything yet. Yeah, reading is just, I don't know. It's part of me like writing is. Every now and then I do get into a reading slump, and it's usually because I just can't find something that's like getting my interest, and I'll like go through several different books and can't get further than the first few pages. But this year and last year was crazy. We had so many changes happen in our lives so fast, like all at once. All good things though. It's good. Ooh, the dragon figurines in the background. Oh yeah, I got them. I got a few of them. So I've got that one, which this is actually how I imagine Rin from my book looking like. He's going to be the 4th book in the series. Yes, you like the dragon. He's like rubbing all over it. Yeah. And this one does not look like anything because actually my dragons, they have arms and legs, and this one has no legs on it. But it did give me a story idea for maybe either a dragon that was born without legs, like it was not supposed to happen. You know, like we have things happen in our biology when, you know, with birth and all whatnot. And where can I put this? And for the books, I have, hopefully it doesn't fall over. I have these at the front and the back of the books. And actually the mirror here has dragons on this side. I have dragons like everywhere. And then of course I have this, which Devin made me when I went to go see her. And it has a dragon in it too. So, which is a lot like, I don't have any dragon that looks like this one, but I could. Like the coloration. I don't have that coloration for any of my dragons, but I could. So, hi. What? So yeah, love all the dragons. They are kind of hard to see. I don't know why, but whatever my lighting is not very good. So hi, Ashley, Emma, and Paget. Yeah, long time no see. A Kickstarter. How exciting to Ashley, Emma. She's actually looking like if anyone wants to support and share her Kickstarter in their newsletter, if anyone would be interested in Amish romances, right? I don't know if there's more to it than that. If you want to share more, you can, Ashley, Emma. She's willing to like promote your book or whatever. So yeah, cat in the box. I got a couple different kitties up here. I got both Loki and Thor. And I guess because I touched the basket, Thor or Loki is now all over smelling the basket from Devin. Hey, no, you cannot bite my flowers. Leave my flowers alone. He was biting them. He was actually biting something else in my room earlier. I'm like, what are you, a dog? Like he's chewing up stuff. And Loki's the one that is like, you know, he's definitely named right. The last thing he did before that was he came on my desk and I wasn't paying attention to him. So he grabbed a piece of paper I had on my desk and ran around the house with it until I caught him finally. But he kept running and I finally caught him and he didn't eat it. He's just running around with this paper in his mouth. Oh, I guess Thor decided he's done. So, do you want to come over here now? Yeah, love my kitties. We've already gotten rid of a lot of our stuff, not moving. And there he comes. I knew he'd want to come over here. So stuff before moving out here, and she's not doing it because she's got a good feeling from it. My grandpa died last year, and she moved out here a year before us. Oh, I bet that's rough. And that's a happy kitty. Yeah, I think they're happy kitties. You're not going to find anything to play with or chew on. He's like smelling everything. I think he's trying to figure out there's something he can chew on. So, oh, I have no drive. No. OC. No, I have to drive with my music. LOL. Yeah, I do actually drive with music most of the time. I just got off a call with my coach. My head is spinning. So much to do. It is a lot to do. Well, I'm doing Brian Cohen's coaching program. It's really excellent. Yeah, I like Brian Cohen. No worries. I will send out an email when we go live. It won't be tomorrow. Running behind. Oh, okay. Well, his brother just ran off to find something across the room and he's like, oh, what's he seeing? Curious cats. So I will be sending my email. My email always goes out on the 4th, at least right now. I think I'm going to be changing it up for next year, but it goes out on the 4th. I don't typically send out another email after that until the next 4th. If I get some things done, I might get another email out this month, but I don't know. So you'll have to let me know. I'll wait. If I don't get an email from you before the 4th or on the 4th, because I do tend to send it out later in the day, then I won't include it. But if you let me know through email if it's good. And did you include a graphic? I think you probably did. I feel like you did. If you didn't, make sure to include a graphic too with it. To answer the question, listen to feedback from others, sure, but don't let it rule your choices. It's still your book. Absolutely, 100%. I agree with that. Someone on Fiverr to do my Kickstarter. I'll find a link. Oh, okay, awesome. There it is. See if I can grab it on the YouTube side. See if it works. Because sometimes Fiverr is really weird. Sometimes the links you get don't work. It's asking me to log in. Guess I haven't been on there in a while. I don't know if that one worked. It went to my inbox. Let me try again. Now that I'm logged in. Yeah, it went to my inbox. Yeah, it's really weird how those work. Oh, it went to my inbox, but it went to his or her name. More about Christian AH. How do I go to their profile? Just go to my I just want to go to the profile. It's not giving me the profile. It's just giving me, oh, here we go. No, that didn't do it either. I don't know how to get to see what they do. I'm just in my inbox able to send them a message, but maybe I can copy the name and put it into the search. That doesn't always work, but nope, it didn't work. Okay, I don't know how to find their profile. And I click on it, it doesn't give me their profile. Oh, wait, view. Okay, here we go. Very, very bottom. Didn't see it. Now I got it. Looks like that's, well, it's got a female on their gigs, but it may or may not be a female. Christina H. This probably is a female. Like that. Look at how awesome I am. I can figure this stuff out. Oh, wow. I've been really bad about watching YouTube shorts instead of reading whenever I have a spare moment. But the last 2 books I read did lose interest. I need to be it needs to be fast paced. Yeah. The figurines, yeah, I think they're beautiful. My husband got those, except for the one from Devon. So I go to a fair amount of lives, so I might have said something here before in someone else's about a library science. Yeah, I feel like I probably came across it at some point. Yeah. I love fantasy, so after I finish the one I'm reading, I got to read yours. Yeah, but Ashley, I write, I mean, other than my debut that is in the romantic, fantasy romance. Sorry, my he wants out of the room. I'll get him out when we go on a first break, or go on our next sprint. The fantasy romance, the first one I wrote is clean, but other than that, but I didn't say clean, and it's only clean because I didn't know if I was going to write spicy stuff, and I know you write clean stuff. I don't know if that's your preference too, but if it is, then you may not want to read it. And you say you like things that are fast paced, and I think I'm medium paced. It's not slow, but I think I'm medium paced. Now my short stories are fast paced, but those are also spicy, and those are not published yet, but they will be. Oh my God, I love that. Did you see How to Train Your Dragon? I have seen the movie, but it's been many years. And I have not seen I've seen parts of like the sequel, because there was a second movie, and I think there was even more. And then there was a TV series too. My oldest son was really into it at the time that it was out. So I've seen lots of it, but kind of like watching it while I was writing. So if my readers would like your book, I would also share yours, Return, Clean Romance, Westerns. Because yeah. And that's why I said, don't worry about sharing my stuff, because I don't have anything that's clean. So, I mean, the first book is clean, but again, I think that would set up expectations that they read my first book that's clean, that they can go on and read other stuff of mine, but the rest of my stuff is not clean. Loki, hold on. I will let you out in just a moment. He's like yelling at me. But yes, I need all the help I can get to share it. So I don't mind sharing it for sure. And I have an audience I feel that is open to all kinds of romance and fantasy. So I hope she's good. I picked her out of 4 people. It was $200. Someone else was charging $1,200, but was probably better. This is just my first one. Oh, sorry. That's okay. It just asked me to log into. It hasn't been super long, but they may have done some updates. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Her screen name is that. It was just me. I didn't scroll all the way down. There was a button that I had to push that said to see the freelance profile. It was my fault. I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm so sorry. It was me. It was a me thing. If you search Kickstarter on Fiverr, she's near the top. Lots of people use stock images now, yeah, as like their profile image. People often ask to see me on Zoom to like see if I am who I say I am. I'm like, no, thanks. I don't read what I write. Oh, okay. I will read it. Okay. The new one was exactly like the animated one. Exactly. Okay. Cool. Yeah. But if you're looking more fast paced, I feel like my first book is medium paced. The second book is a little bit faster paced. The third book I think is really fast paced, but there's a lot of words. Oh, if you want something fast paced, then, and if you don't mind about the spicy level, my novella that's published is really fast paced, but so fast paced, and it's a novella. It's so fast paced that I really didn't spend a lot of time world building, and I probably should have, but then it wouldn't have been a novella. So that was really, really fast paced. It kept my husband's attention, and he doesn't really like to read. It's the only one book he's read of mine. So I think I got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get started into the next 1 hour sprint. I will get another question up there. Oh, I didn't answer it, did I? What's a piece of writing advice you swear by or totally ignore? The piece of advice I swear by is button chair, finger on keyboard, or hand on the paper, whatever it is that you do for writing your story. I think the best way to have a sustainable and writing routine, to have a sustainable writing routine, is just putting yourself in the place where you're writing something. Even if it's just the grocery list or a list of things that you need to do, get it out of your mind, and then continue writing what you would like to write. And I just got a notification on my phone. I head hop. I don't care. Alrighty. Then you might like it. Let's go ahead and get the next sprint going. 1 hour on the clock. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 60 minutes. I have another timer after this. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Now it's time on that sprint. How did you do? Oh yeah, time. 4:12, 6, 50, what? 54 minutes. And 159 words added in revisions. Okay, yeah. And I did have a question there. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my timers because I figured that was the last timer, and it was the last timer. How many we got? Probably 3 more. We'll do the Halloween timer next. Okay, just setting up the timer for the next one. All right, let's see how you guys did. Where did I leave off? There it is. Actually, Emma saying, I have hop and I don't care. And hello, CB. How's it going? Are you working on anything? Dashley says, I'm going to leave you up for around time, but I'm going to go lay down. Good. Take care of yourself. The other half is not happy that I'm not taking care of myself. See, take care of yourself. So I'm going to go do that now. I think that's a good idea. I hope you feel better soon. That was like an hour ago, so I probably missed you. Charlie says, my focus is fading, so I'm going to leave to eat dinner and return with renewed energy, I hope. Fingers crossed. I watched Sarah's spectacular event during that hour. She's awesome, and a lot's going on this month. I did see the notification for that, but I looked at it briefly and thought, oh, I gotta work on this. I'm through chapter 17. I'm making really good progress. I say through. I'm not done with the chapter. I'm about halfway through chapter 17, and I started off at the beginning, which started with the prologue. So, and there's 51 chapters altogether that I need to get through. So, making progress. Love the Tinkerbell part of your timer. I was almost like, wait, the timer is getting low and I don't hear anything, because all of my other timers, I have like music that starts anywhere from like 30 seconds to 10 seconds before the whatever goes off at the 0 mark. In this case is a Tinkerbell sound. But I didn't have any music, and I thought, oh wait, is my sound turned up? And I was like, it's turned up. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. This one's just the Tinkerbell music. So yeah. Aphrodite, hello. It drives me crazy to never get notification when things are happening. Ugh. It's all right, Aphrodite. No worries. YouTube be YouTubing. Hi, y'all. Hi to Aphrodite. Hi, Kat. Oof, that was a rough work day. Oh no. Normally finish an hour earlier than this. I think I'm going to lie down, though. I've got to prep for D&D tonight, and we'll see how that goes. Second session tonight. All right. Well, I hope that goes well for you. I don't know if you're still here. That was only 5 minutes ago, but I hope that you have a wonderful night doing the second night. You have to let us know how that goes. And I hope you get a chance to relax a little bit beforehand. Hope says, gotta take a break. Been at it most of the day. Need a break. Hopefully I'll be back later. Thanks bunches for the sprints and all the chats. Well, thank you so much for being here. Hope I appreciate it. CB says, I'm in the fiery depths of editing hell at the present. Claude AI and Google Gemini to sort using Claude AI and Google Gemini to sort this mess of a story out. You have to let us know how that goes. I've used them for like brainstorming ideas and figuring out, like they always say, like whatever you can think of, like if you have something you want to happen, whatever you think could happen as a result of that, you got to dig deeper, like go down 3 levels. And I think that using the AI is really helpful for that, because it'll like give me the first few levels and like, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. But those are all the things that readers would be used to seeing was going to happen. And then I can get down to a level that I can think of as like, oh, this is not what they would be expecting, which I really enjoy. I'm reading a series right now. I just started the second book as a duet, but it is a whole series where the next 2 books will be a duet in the same series. And it's all about angels and demons. And we're actually in the demon side of the book, the 2 books. I'm thinking the next duet might be the angels, but I don't know, because there's a title and there's a preview page or pre-order page up, but nothing else with it. But anyways, from the first book, I could already start to like something happen. Okay, this is what's going to happen in the future. This is what's going to happen in the future. By the end of the book, I was like, yep, everything I predicted, it happened. I want to be the writer who can like write what's not going to be predicted. Like what they think is going to happen is not what happens. And that's what I try to do anyways. And I'm just waiting. There's one more thing, because one of the leaders of the demon army, because there's a war going on, she can see direct visions from one of the fates, and she sees a vision of the leader of the army, the one who actually runs the army, carrying the head of two angels, like he cut them off, and he's been working off of this vision since the first book, and he's like, okay, this went wrong, we lost this battle, but I'm going to win in the end, because she saw me carrying the heads of these two head angels, and I'm like, from the first time that he said about that vision, he hadn't even come across the female protagonist yet, and this was the way the author put it was a slow to meet between the romance couple. So like the romance pairing between the male and the female, and it's the main guy of the army that's leading it. He's the male half. They didn't even meet until like 50% of the way through the book, but he had already had this image of this vision. So he knew that they're going to win eventually. And the moment he had it, I was like, I know what that's going to be. It's going to be her. She's the one that's going to be carrying the heads, not him. Because then we had found out that she has one particular magic, and it's based on the demons and the angels. The level of their power is based on their eye color. So there's shades of blue for the angels and shades of red for the demons, and burgundy is the highest eye color, and she has that. And with burgundy eye colors comes a certain power. And her power is that she can take on another person's form, and she she looks like them, she feels like them. Like if someone tries to touch her, it's like that she's that person. So they wouldn't it's not like a magical illusion, right? She's that person. I'm like, she's gonna be him, and she's gonna be the one carrying the heads. And now I'm in the second book. I was just reading this I took a break at the beginning of that sprint. I was reading it where she said, let me be an angel to impersonate an angel to go save someone that the angels had captured from their army. And this particular person, demon, has burgundy eyes, and he can start a plague. So they want to get him back so the angels don't start a plague. And I was like, there it is. And he says yes. The leader of the demons says yes, that they will capture an angel so that she can practice turning into that angel. I was like, there it is. It's starting. Before this book ends, she's going to be the one who's smiling, carrying the two demon heads, not him. So I've already called it. I know it's going to happen. Anyways, I try to be that person that's writing a story that, like, the first thing that comes to mind is not what actually happens. I don't know if I'm always successful, but sometimes I am. So anyways, long story. If you're interested in that book, by the way, the first one's called Devious Eyes Burgundy, Eyes of Devious Burgundy, Devious Burgundy Eyes, something like that. It's got devious, burgundy, and eyes in the title. Because the seer had actually saw the devious burgundy eyes was going to be part of the war leader's future, and saw that coming. So, and she called it devious burgundy, and it makes sense because the whole reason how the female protagonist was in the to come across this path is that she was impersonating one of the officers, and she was a male in the because it's an all male army. So yeah. Anyways, I'll go on. I know it's cheating, but I get stuck if I did it myself. I mean, if you're not having it right for you, I don't see it as cheating. And then I guess it really depends, because I mean, if you want to call yourself a writer, then you have to be writing. But if you want to call yourself an entrepreneur who sells books, then I guess you might be using AI to write your books. But to use as something to help you figure out problems, I don't think that's my personal, but not everyone's going to agree with me on that. Watching the news about Jane Goodall. What's the news? So sad. Did she die? I know, just a year older than Dame Julia Andrews, who turns 90 today. That's me. I love when people think they know what's going to happen, right? Yep. I could see that. I could not predict what was going to happen in Shattered. I remember that. There was nothing in there, but that's the line that you have to kind of tiptoe around, is that when you do something that is unexpected and you have an unexpected result from something, because you don't want your readers to have guessed that that's what's going to have happened, you have to be very careful, right? That the readers don't feel like that this came out of nowhere. Like, how did this happen? This doesn't make sense. This couldn't have happened in the story. So you have to be able to set it up somewhere in the story, give like little clues here and there. And that's what I'm really good at picking up the clues, where I can then start predicting what's going to happen. So it's very rare that I read something that the clues are there, but I didn't pick up on them. And then it happens and the reveal happens, like, oh, wow, I would never would have guessed that. But Now I'm thinking about it. This happened, this happened, and this happened. So it was there for me to see if I had just seen the clues. So yeah, I did. There was nothing in Shattered that I could predict. So it was a really good book. Hiya, Rachel. I love my tunes to JC. That would be cool if I could write like that. Yeah, right. I think it's something you just have to work on, right? I kind of feel like writing is a skill you can continue to evolve with. I think the reason why a lot of people are not good at writing is just perseverance. Like, because I'm not saying that writers here are not good at writing. I'm thinking more of like when I used to teach college English and literature, and all my students would be like, of course, I don't want to take an English class. I don't like writing. And that would be like the same, like for almost everybody, very few people in the class ever. I think I had one class where I had 5 students in the class that were writers. But other than that, I would most of the time have a class without anyone in it who thought of themselves as a writer. And I would just say, well, the reason why you don't like writing is because you haven't developed the skill, and all you have to do is persevere at it, and you can get better. So I would tell them that. Multiple personalities, though it is hinted at. I forget what the question was. What secret does your main character have that no one else knows? There we go. Multiple personalities, though it is hinted at. See? That's good. It's hinted, right? So when it does come out, if it does come out, then it's not going to be like, oh, wow, that's like, what they call it, dosum machina. I don't know how you say that word. Well, phrase. I'm going to sneeze. I feel it coming. I don't call myself a writer, though. I'm a fan fictionist. I think you're a writer. I think if you're writing, whether you're doing blog posts, recipes, whatever, if you're writing, you're a writer. I would do that at the beginning of my English level 1 classes. I would say, okay, everyone stand up. Now, sit down if you don't think you're a writer. I can't remember how exactly I went, but I was like, sit down if you don't think you're a writer. That'd be like everybody. That's when I had that one class where I had 5 people who stayed standing up. And I was like, oh, wow, there's 5 people in this class. And usually it's the whole class sits down. And then I say, okay, if you've written an email and you write emails pretty consistently, stand up. Some people stand up. If you write text messages, stand up. If you do social media, stand up. Like if your social media is text, not just like videos. So, because what I told them is writing is all about communication. You're trying to communicate an idea. And if you're creating an idea through your communication, you're trying to communicate to someone with an idea, then you're a writer. You're writing something. So you can't learn how to get better at a skill if you're not writing to communicate. And we're all communicating. Whatever writing we're doing, we're communicating. And so to become a better communicator through writing, you have to practice the skill. And I was like, everyone's a writer. Yeah. I don't quite remember how I went through all of it, but that's pretty much how I did it. I agree, says Aphrodite. Yeah, like with Spencer pretty much being sick and having headaches the whole time. Yes, no, no. Let's not even talk about it because I'll start crying again. I didn't like that, but I know that was good for the story. But yeah, back to making candles for the next sprint. If you write fan fiction, you are a writer. It's all about being a storyteller. Yes, I agree. You're communicating something. That's what writing's all about. Writing is just a form of communication. If you're writing anything, you're communicating with somebody. Then it's all about just honing your craft and communication. Okay, I got to the end of the sprints. We're going to go on to the next sprint. We'll get back at 5:30 my time. They'll be right in time for me to drop the link for JC's stream because she starts at 6 p.m. my time. That's an hour and a half from now. Fix my timer. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get going on the next 1 hour sprint. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time. How did you do? 5:27, 4:23, 29 minutes. I fed my kitties, and then I cut up some of the stuff for dinner, although I can't eat it because I'm past my 6-hour window. But what my husband has been doing is that he cooks dinner and then he puts half it away for me to eat for the next day. So I saw what was for dinner and I cut up the potatoes, the green onions. What else did I cut up? There was an apple, but I didn't want that to brown. I cut up something. Oh, the green beans. I cut up the green beans. Anyways, 58 words added in 29 minutes. And then I realized I didn't answer the question from the last time around, which was, what secret does your main character have that no one else knows? So if I'm thinking about my work in progress, the one I'm working on right now, which I'm almost done with chapter 19. The male main character, the secret he has that absolutely no one in his world knows, not even his brothers, is that he actually had a mate. He found out that he had a mate. There was supposed to be a ceremony for the bond to take place, and but he didn't want to say anything at the time that it happened because his oldest brother was about to get married, and his oldest brother was supposed to take over the kingdom, and it was a big deal. And this visiting princess, who was the snow princess, who did the curse on all of them. So he thought, okay, we'll wait until after the ceremony that they get married, and then we'll let everyone know, and then we can do our ceremony. And then the curse happened, which killed all the ice dragons except for him and his brothers. So yeah, no one knows that he had a mate before. Anyways, but I'm trying to think about Nira, my main female character. I don't think there's she doesn't have one secret that nobody knows, but she has lots of secrets that most people don't know. So I don't have one. Okay, so for this time around, we had the question: if your protagonist could ask you one question, what would it be? The first thing that comes to my head is like, why do you torture us? That's what I would think of. I'm like, I have to torture you. You got to grow as a character. Yeah. So I don't, that's the first thing that came to my mind for that question. I don't know what else I would answer or what they would ask. All right, let's check in with you guys. Left off with Aphrodite saying to CB, if you write fan fiction, you're a writer and it's all about being a storyteller. CB's like, okay. Paget says, I wish I could stay, but gotta go. We'll try to pop back in a bit if I can. Have you writing everyone? Oh, wait. Before I forget. I got JC stream starts in a half hour. Yeah. I have the hiccups. I'm trying not to hiccup on camera. JC's stream soon. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm getting tired. Stream soon. Replace pin message. Okay, I pinned it at the top now. Okay, what you can say, but I have to go. Happy writing, everyone, says Paget. Thank you so much for being here. Kat says, sorry, I have to go. Oh, my obsidian's wanting to close on me. My obsidian's where I keep all my story Bible. So I have to head out to jam to some music as I tend to finish 2 chapters today. I will hopefully see you later. Fingers crossed. Hopefully you get your chapters in that you want to get done. JC did catch Kat and said, had a good evening. Thank you, JC. Gwenna, hi. Or hi. I said hi. It's had y'all running in the background for a minute there. I can't believe you're still got 3 hours. Yes. Yeah. A few more hours, right? Yeah. About 2.5 hours left now. But that you did come in at the turn of the hour there. So answer 7. Why did you kill everyone I love? Right. That kind of along the same lines. Why do you torture me? Mom Maggie says, why is my love life such a struggle? And why do I have a train and baggage? Right. Yeah. And then Morgan came in. Hello, Morgan. How's it going? And then JC says hi to Morgan. Hi, JC. Still doing battle with these chapters. You'll get there. Stacy says to the answer to the question, why have you waited so long to write this story? My MC is a character that I started in junior high, maybe grade school, which went up to 6th grade. My grade school also went up to 6th grade. They don't do that anymore, though. So, yeah. Guess they were like ready to come out of your head and onto the page. CB says, my cousin just got kittens. They are called Fish and Chip, singular. Fish is female. and she's a tortie, and she's feisty. Chip is a male. He's all black, and he's a little sweetheart. I love kitties. And there's JC's stream in a half hour, and thanks, of course. I plan to be there. I won't be able to hang out, right? Like, because I'll either be in a sprint or I'll be talking. But I think I'll finish before you will. I'm trying to remember how long you go. I think you go to at least 8 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock your time. I've got a headache coming. I think that's just making me tired. I need to probably take some medicine or something. So, alrighty. Got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get started. About 24 weeks old or so now. Oh, there it popped up. I saw it on that YouTube side, but not on the StreamYard side. 24 weeks old, so that's what, 8 months old. I go into 10 p.m. Eastern. So you'll have like a whole other hour left after I get done. So I'll be there. I'll be hanging out in the background while you're going in the beginning, and then I'll be there when I'm done. So, all right, let's leave it off there. I'm going to go ahead and get the next 1 hour timer up, which means we'll probably end before 8, I think, because this is an hour, take us to about 6:30, a little bit of a chat. An hour would be to 7:30, a little bit of a chat. Oh, we might be right at 8 o'clock, actually. Let me find the right tab. Not that one. There it is. Yay. All right, for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Last time on that sprint, how did you do? I just added a few words. It's 56 words added. It was pretty much the whole time. But I think these are chapters I've kind of gone over a few times, so there wasn't really much for me to do. 56 words. Okay. Alrighty, and that is, I'm on chapter 23 now. So I've made pretty good progress throughout the day. Started with the prologue, going all the way through chapter 23. So, to answer the question, what would happen if your main character walked away from their goal right now? Trying to think. I can't imagine Nira walking away from her goal because she's under the assumption that completing this mission for her order is going to lead to them helping her get her brother free from his enslavement in the North. And so, yeah, I can't imagine her walking away from her goal. Zane, I could probably see him walking away. And what would happen? Well, yeah, the world would probably die. Because it's actually in a chapter I've done today that I've gone through, he's given a vision that someone's had in which what he does could lead to either saving the world or destroying the world. And I can't give away much more than that. Not with giving away like the big reveal of the book. So, yeah. But the world would die if he walked away. Okay. Left off with JC saying going into 10 p.m. Eastern. I dropped her link? Yes. I'm pretty sure I did. And I went over there and said hello already. Oh, she got a full crew tonight. There's Morgan and Tiffany, Nia, and Gwenna all there. So, yeah. Yay. CB says, I went to visit at the beginning of August, even though I'm allergic to cats. I took an antihistamine and I was fine. Whoa, I'm glad that worked. Okay, heading out to get ready for my stream. Have a great rest of your stream, Shannon. And thank you for the company. Thank you for being here with me. Mama says, I love this cat in the window timer. Yeah, there's a few of them that I really, really like. So do I. Love cats. I love cats too. So I was, I've done a couple of cat timer videos, but they're all like real cats. This is the first time I thought, I've seen a lot of like videos on Pixabay with cats in them that were not real. They were animated. And there's a few different animation styles there. So I try to like kind of put like with like, sort of, was successful at that. But yeah, I just thought they were always so cute. So yeah, always have, always will. Me too. Hey, says Kat. Hello, how are you doing? The kitties are so cute. Prep done. I have an hour to chill before my game. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad that you're able to have some time for yourself. I hit my goal for the day and I'm tired. I'm getting there too. I got one more sprint. If anyone is still here, I got one more sprint. But I'm feeling it too. I'm tired. I'll be in JC's stream, but I don't think I'm going to be continuing on with working on this. Probably just read. Edit's complete. About to post this on, is it fan fiction something? I don't know what that is. You have to tell me if you're still here. You probably have said it and I just don't remember it. Mom Maggie says, I'm going to have to take a scene break soon. I have been online for 11 hours. Oh, well, I know. I'm getting a headache too. I just took some medicine for it. You've been on since an hour before I started because you did your stream then. So, yeah. Thanks, Miss Prince. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks, Miss Prince. I still have one more if anybody is still around. But if you're saying thanks, Miss Prince, because you're leaving out, thank you so much for being here and hanging out with me for part of the day. CB says, Tony walked away. Not much would happen. If Pepper walked away, which she almost does, anarchy would ensue. Yeah. That's kind of like what mine's flipped on the gender, but it's kind of how mine is. I just realized I'm watching 4 AuthorTube streams. #SHU. Feel free to drop the links of the other 2. Is it, well, I don't know. Kat's not really as much AuthorTube. She's BookTube. Kat's something novels. I can never remember. When I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's her. But I never remember. But I almost had it. Yeah, I stopped in her stream and said hello, but she's a booktuber. Answer: Audra has accepted that she's probably going to be murdered, but she's willing to die to stop the toxic pharmaceuticals from killing innocent people with certain blood types. So there's not really a walking away because she's going to die regardless. And I have also been a hashtag SHU. Oh yeah, there's me. Who was? Okay, I was in K stream earlier too. Fanfiction.net. Okay, I figured it was something along those lines, but I figured the FF was fanfiction, and I couldn't remember the N. That makes sense. Okay, got to the end of the comments. All right, we're going to do 1 more hour sprint. That'll take us to roughly 7:40 my time. That'll be pretty close to the 8 o'clock hour. Come back and I'll put another question up on the screen for anyone who's here. And how much that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll be nine sprints altogether that we've done today. Let me pull up my timer. Just share it. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I will see you guys on the other side of an hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, and now it's time on the last sprint. How did you do? I got 58 words added that time, and then I added up all my words, and so it's 1,094 for the day. That's my revision day. So, but I am over halfway through. I'm on chapter 24 out of 51, and a prologue, but it's page 120 of 231. Half of that would be 115 pages. Yeah. So over halfway on the pages. Got a lot done today. Let's see how you guys did. Oh, the question. If your antagonist took over your Instagram, what would they post? Oh, crap. I was going to try. What was I thinking was my antagonist? I have too many antagonists in my stories. Okay, if I was going to go with the Snow Princess, she would post something about how you can't even escape in your dreams because she'll find you there. She's really good at getting into people's dreams. So you think you're getting away, but she's going to find you there. All right. See where we left off with the FFN standing for fanfiction.net. Stacy said, I'm done for the day. Got 1,292 words for the day. That's a good start, I would say. Awesome job. That was like 20 minutes ago, so I probably missed her leaving out. Rita says, okay, I'm back. Had a weird day. LOL. Sorry, it was a weird day. But welcome back. That was, only about 10 minutes ago. So that was the last sprint. We're going to be wrapping up here. Okay, the story is fully posted, so it's bedtime. Awesome. An awesome job, CB. I bet that feels great too. Rita says, okay, so questions, friends. I already pubbed my coloring book on KDP, and now I'm entering it into Barnes & Noble. Do I need to use a new ISBN for the same book on different platform? It depends on what ISBN are you using. Are you using Amazon's ISBN, the one they assigned to it when you put it onto the platform, or did you have your own when you went onto the platform? If you bought your own ISBN, you can use it on all platforms. Now, sometimes you might get like some pushback. Like I know like with Drafted Digital, when it comes to, for some reason, physical books, at least this is what it was like a year plus ago. I don't know if it's still the same, but Drafted Digital, if you're trying to publish your print book and you bought the ISBN and you were trying to publish it also on Amazon, that if you didn't do it at the same time, you would get pushback from either one saying, oh no, this ISBN is already taken. You need to do a new ISBN. And you didn't actually have to. So you had to just run it through and say, no, I own this ISBN. And so the prevailing suggestion was that when you publish it on Drafted Digital and Amazon, your print book with your own ISBN, you do it at the same time. So you could avoid that. Of them coming back and saying, no, you need your own ISBN. But other than that, if you bought the ISBN, you can use it on all platforms. Hopefully that helped. I heard something. I think my kitty's doing something. If you want to read Stark for President 1, The Man Behind the Curtain, the URL is here. And thank you so much for dropping that, CB. Let me go to YouTube side to grab it. Got it. Okay. I tried to use my ISBN. I assigned to the title already, but Barnes & Noble told me it's already in use. Okay, so maybe it's having the same issue. I don't know how to do it with Barnes & Noble. I know with Drafted Digital and you say you already put it on KDP. Yeah, it's just really weird how they do it. And it really was having problems with the ISBNs that start with 979, which they just moved into like a year and a half ago, I think. And for some reason, those were just having a lot of issues. You do not have to use a new ISBN. I don't know how it works with Barnes & Noble, like if you go through the same process. My first instinct would be to reach out to Andy because he knew a lot more about this than I did when it came to Drafted Digital and Amazon. And I was watching his videos when I was trying to make sure that I could get my print book on both places. And I ran into a whole other issue. So then I just never did put it on Drafted Digital. But I don't know if he knows about Barnes & Noble. So, but he would be the first person I reach out to. And, but you could also probably do the, whatever help they have at Barnes & Noble, where you could tell them that this is my ISBN. I paid for it. I published it on KDP. It's not in, so that when you publish it on KDP, right? You had to make sure you didn't check the box or check the radio dial or whatever it was to say for them to distribute it out. So it's not distributed from KDP to anywhere else, but to that platform. So you tell them all this and see what they can help you with that. I'd love to know what you find out, Rita, and let me know, just in case if this comes up with anybody else or if it comes up with me in the future. Those would be the steps I would take. I'd probably ask Andy first. I don't know if you know Andy very well. I do talk with him on Discord, and then I'd also reach out to the Barnes and Noble help desk there and say, look, I own this ISBN. It's only published on Amazon so far. They do not distribute it anywhere except for on their platform. How can you help me with this? Like, so that I can get this published with my ISBN on your platform. Yeah. I didn't even click on it. There's that. That's the one I've been talking to the whole time. I didn't click on it. Please do me a giant favor and carefully read the author's note because there's very, very important information in it. Okay. We'll be careful with that. See you guys later, and thanks to Sprint. Bye. Thank you so much for being here, CB. I am waiting for the dog to come in so I can go to bed. It was like 6 minutes ago. I my own purchase ISBNs. Okay, that's what I thought. But it said this ISBN is in use. Why would it do that? It's something that, from what I understand, it was a glitch at the level between Bowker and Amazon. I'm trying to remember what I heard. Because Andy did talk about this in a video a while ago, but this was right about the time that Adrian Books by Adrian channel YouTube channel was publishing his first book, because he had just got his own ISBN and they had just moved into the 979 ISBNs, and those ones for some reason have so many issues. But it's mostly with Amazon and something that doesn't read right or other from Bowker with the 979 numbers. So I don't know enough about it. I didn't ever run into that particular issue. So, gotcha. Okay, so just telling them it's mine. I own it. Yes, that totally helps. Okay, let me know if it turns out, because I had a totally different issue at the time that I was getting ready to publish my paperback, and I was just getting on to Draft to Digital, and I had my first book in my fantasy romance, The Curse of Scales and Feathers. I went to go put it on Draft to Digital, but I had already used the ISBN in Ingram Spark. I had already uploaded the book there because I used Ingram Spark to print my books for the Kickstarter. And at that time that I was getting ready to publish with retailers, Ingram Spark had a new beta feature where you could publish on-demand paperbacks with a way to link it to like your online store. So you didn't have to go through their platform. You could have a link on your website, and you wouldn't have to pay for the shipping. You wouldn't have to figure it out. You wouldn't have to the customers could go to your website and buy the paperback from your website, and it went through Ingram Spark. So that was a really cool feature. And so I had already uploaded my book, the paperback, with the ISBN to Ingram Spark because I used it for my Kickstarter. So I went ahead and immediately did that beta feature, which I think it's out of beta now. And then I went over to Draft to Digital like a couple weeks later to add it there. And when I did that, Draft to Digital said, oh, no, your ISBN's in use already. And I'm like, but it's my ISBN. I was just remembering what Andy said between KDP and Draft to Digital having issues. And maybe this might be part of it, Rita. This might be the same reason, which if it is, I don't know what to do about it. But it shouldn't be, because I've known people who have their paperbacks on KDP and Barnes & Noble. This should not be the issue, what I found out in the end. Anyway, so Draft to Digital said, oh, no, this ISBN's in use for your paperback. You cannot publish it. And I was like, it's my ISBN. I paid for it. I have it. I've only published it through the beta feature through Ingram Spark. And I'm only selling it as a direct order for sales. So it's not being distributed anywhere. It should be fine. And they're like, no, you can't have it here. So I was like, fine, whatever. I'll just distribute it through Ingram Spark, which I didn't want to do because you have a lower percentage rate. And so I went back to Ingram Spark, and I was going to hit, go ahead and distribute the paperback, and because I hadn't hit that button, and the book was gone. And so I emailed Ingram Spark. I said, my book is gone. It was just here. I had it on here for my Kickstarter, and I also had it here for people to order it through the beta feature. And they're like, we're sorry, but your ISBN's been taken by another platform. You have to have your own ISBN. I said, I own my own ISBN. And they said, well, and then they came back and said, it was Draft to Digital. I was like, I never even published it through Draft to Digital because I had it with you guys. And they told me I couldn't do it through them because I had it with you. And both of them both say, nope, you have it with the other platform. And neither one of them actually lets me publish my book through either of their platforms. And I was like, what the freak? So then I text Dale. I said, Dale, do you understand this? I don't know what's going on. And Dale said, it's because the printer that Drafted Digital uses is the same as the printer that Ingram Spark uses. And because of that, you can't have it on the two different platforms. And it's really was just a matter that Ingram Spark couldn't figure it out with their beta feature, since it was not being distributed anywhere. It was just a direct sale feature. But because they normally did distribute out everywhere, it was crossing where it wouldn't go. And I basically would have had to fill out all this paperwork to tell one of the platforms to release my book title so I could get it printed. And I said, forget it. And I moved on from there, and I've never done it. So my paperback's only on Amazon because of that. I don't know if that would be the same issue, because I do know people who have their books on KDP and on Barnes & Noble as a print book. But I wonder if it's through Drafted Digital. I don't know. It could be something you have no idea about. I was not getting any. I kept getting the runaround between those two platforms. And it wasn't until I reached out to Dale that I got an answer that made sense finally. But yeah. Mine do start with 979. Haha, of course it does. Yeah, I think all the ones right now are 979. When I bought my first pack of 10, there were 978 still. But then when I went to go buy my pack of 500, I don't know what I got. The next level up, they're all 979s. So they moved to 979. Yeah, a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's like 2 years plus now after, and I still haven't done the paperwork, and I don't know if I'm ever going to. I suppose at some point I might, but I don't know. So I already pubbed it on Amazon so far. Now trying to add Barnes & Noble. I'll try the other two you mentioned too and keep you updated. Okay. Well, so Drafted Digital is an aggregator platform. I mean, you could choose. So if you put your paperback on there, you can like unselect Barnes & Noble so it doesn't distribute there if you want to do it directly to Barnes & Noble, which you would save money on your sales because Drafted Digital is an aggregator. They take their cut. They take their cut, and Barnes & Noble takes their cut, which if you do to Barnes & Noble directly, you only have Barnes & Noble's cut. So instead of, but I wanted to just do it directly through Drafted Digital because I wanted to like not have to think about it. The other one, Ingram Spark, you can't deselect anything. So, and it also costs money to, it doesn't cost you money to upload anymore, if I remember right. But if you ever need to change anything, like say you publish more books, you want to update the back matter, now you have to pay money to update it. So I would not suggest Ingram Spark unless you have like a very specific reason why you're using them. They also do take more of a cut of your work, and they do distribute out as well, like as Drafted Digital does, but you can't deselect anything. So if you go through Ingram Spark, you can only go through Ingram Spark. You can't put your paperback anywhere else, from what I understand. You know what? I may be wrong on that. That might be for the ebook, not the paperback. Because I never did get through the process. So I'm trying to remember what I was actually learning at that time. I could be wrong on the paperback. That could be the ebook. Because I know not to do my ebook. I think it is just the ebook. Don't listen to me. But, check out all your options for sure and see which one you want. That's crazy. I Drafted Digital and Ingram can't figure it out. Yeah, what checkbox? What check? So which checkbox are you talking about? Are you talking about on Drafted Digital or on Amazon? Should I check Ingram Spark and Drafted Digital first before uploading to Barnes & Noble? So, I mean, both of them are going to do the same thing, whether you do to Ingram Spark or Drafted Digital. They both do the same thing. They are an aggregator platform. They would distribute it out, but they take a cut whenever you have a sale. And the platforms where they distribute, like Barnes & Noble, also takes a cut. So if you want to do Barnes & Noble directly, you keep more money for yourself whenever you sell a book. Totally up to you what you want to do. Drafted Digital, there's no fees with uploading and making changes. I've made changes several days in a row on the same manuscript, and they don't charge you. But with that said, I think they did change that. I think they limit it now. It didn't work. It didn't work for me to do my paperback there. So now I don't know they did change it. But what did they change it to? I think it's every 90 days. It's free, but you have to wait 90 days to make a change. The ebook you can make at any time. It's what I did last time was direct upload